Hello and welcome everybody. This is DH Thorne here coming at you live with my new good friends, which I'll be introducing in a moment. But before I do, I want to thank all of you guys for coming here tonight. So tonight we've got Aradia and we've got Jabbar, and they come as a matching set. So I'm really glad to have them. I met you guys at the Iron Garden just 2 weeks ago, I guess, right? 2 weeks ago. So
Yes.
hello and welcome. I'm going to give you guys the floor for a second, but let's say hi to everybody here. We've got Lily Lucy, we've got Gogo, we've got Kelly Meadows, we've got Ajna, we've got Tess Marie, we got Shrieking Violet, my wife, the Blue Wrench, and Scarlet Bale's Brain Witch. What's up? How's going on, everybody? All right. So, hi guys. Tell us a little bit about yourselves. What made you decide to join me tonight? Was it my incessant begging? Was it like what made you guys decide to join?
That sounds good. Well,
Thank you.
I mean, I haven't done really too many lives, so I wanted to, do more of those, get myself out there.
Well,
Which is always a good reason.
Yeah.
I follow Mr. D.H. Thorne for a while now. I love your show.
What are you doing? You're not supposed to do that. I didn't know that. See, when you guys said you watched my show, I'm like, oh, okay. That's hot. That's cool.
So thank you for having us, and it's definitely a pleasure.
Absolutely, yeah.
A pleasure to be here. That's what really brought me out here. I watched the show so many times. I wanted to be on it.
All right, good. Okay, cool. So, well, I want to talk to you guys both, and the big thing is, my thing is if I see people doing their own content on these subjects and they're not, like, if they have a little professionality or not, but if they are sincere, I like to get those people occasionally on and give them a platform and help them out. And I like, not because that's what happened to me. Like, nobody knew who I was, and then the right people found me, and it kind of helped. So I like to pass that along a little bit. I mean, I am self-made to a point, but without other people recognizing and enjoying my content, that's what made it. So I've been watching some of your videos. Now, I don't watch a lot of videos because I'm kind of like, I'm like that. But I loved on your channel, like you said, the practical approach, the stuff that I know there's other channels that do it, but you're when I see you doing it, like, this is coming from what looks to me like a lot of sincere practice and experience. I mean, we're all a work in progress, so, but it didn't look like, oh, let me just do spiritual videos to make some money or something. And I'm sure there's money involved. You sell services, obviously. But what I saw was, okay, this isn't just a trend follower. This is someone who has their own practices and their own opinions, which to me is important, because we get into a big problem with orthodoxy and all of that stuff in magic and spirituality. And that's not that there isn't a truth, but it's important that these other views get looked at, because that's how we end up with this disparity where we have, like, what I call yoga pants witchcraft and all this kind of stuff, where it's, I try not to judge, but so but you know what I'm saying, like, you get witch talk and you get all this kind of stuff.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I don't know if you haven't, don't start. That's all I'm gonna say. If you haven't, I won't. I know someone that within a couple of months they shot up in views, but then it's like, it's all 10-second long stuff, it's all minute long stuff. It just, I don't get it.
I mean, I do have a TikTok, but it does allow me to just share the day-to-day things that I don't have to, like, sit down and edit a video for. So I just share that content of me, like, finishing some candle work. So it's fun that way. I do go down the rabbit hole sometimes.
I mean, the rabbit hole is where it's at for me. I mean, to me, the techniques of magic are important, but that's the art. The important thing is the philosophy, the metaphysics that underlie it, that makes it legitimate or not. This is what I appreciate, like, any of the mystery schools and the modern hidden orders, of course they don't front load it. They're very esoteric, so you got to get through, but they all have a very similar mystical undercurrent of what I call non-dual spiritualism or pantheism or some form of that. Even deism could be argued to be a kind of close context for that. So you're talking about pretty much any source of magical practice, to me, seems to emanate from that somewhere. And there's different views on that, of course. But that's where, for me, to me, that's more important than what candle to use, because that's like a cultural thing. But without some people to help explain why you use this or use that, you're kind of just winging it with pop culture. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're trying to get deeper, especially with the correspondences and why the ancients said that Mercury means this and tin means that and all this kind of stuff, that's why I like a little dab of that practical magic on it too, because even though I don't do it as much, I study channels like yours occasionally to go, yeah, what should I use for this? Because, my own little library of correspondences maybe isn't up to snuff. So all that's really important. I like your thoughts. So let me start. I have a list of questions, and I want to, so let's start with this. And I'm going to, I wasn't sure, Jabbar, that you were going to be on as well. So I wrote these mainly for Aradia, but any questions as to her, I'm going to pose to you as well.
Okay.
And you can answer them as long as they're appropriate, I mean, there is some things like, on the left-hand path, it seems like it's mostly guys. It seems like it's mostly, one culture. And it's like, you don't see a lot of women leaning into the left-hand path. You get a couple, but it seems to be a lot of guys do it to me. And so some of that stuff is going to be, if you want to talk about, no pressure if you don't, but maybe you don't even notice a difference. Maybe you don't feel like it's any different for you, but I see it and I go, how come it seems like it's mostly dudes doing this? So it's an important question. So Aradia, first of all, tell us about yourself as a person or as a practitioner. And then I want to hear about your practices, like where it comes from, what your foundation is. And before I even say that, I got a chat comment for you. It says, Miss Aradia is absolutely amazing, an absolute authentic gem. We need more practitioners like her. Beautiful. So that was a nice comment. So give you a little positivity.
I'm not gonna do the long, I grew up in Christianity and then came out, blah blah blah. I will start with when I stepped into the dark side of things. I began working with the primal craft. I don't know if you know anything about that.
A little. I mean, maybe not as specific, but the word tells me, there's just the words tell me a lot already. It probably has a lot to do with nature and really ancient stuff, but.
Well, yeah, it's
expand.
Mark Allen Smith and the Queen of Hell. The trident, the three gods are Hecate, Lucifer, and Belial. So I began to work with the primal craft, and that's what, that was my introduction to more of the...
Hold on, we're getting a little bit of some
infernal.
Kind of lag. Hold on one second. All right, it seems to be clearing up. Try talking. It was like you started stuttering, like you got a bad connection. Keep going.
That's when I started working with more of the infernal gods. And yeah, from there, when I decided to do my YouTube channel, it was more for me to just share, I didn't even have a plan. I just wanted to share, a lot of the magic that I do. And recently, fast forward to today, I'm still not, like I was telling you, I was beginning to tell you.
Oh, hold on.
I hear...
There we go, a little better. Something's going on with the microphone. I'm not sure. So like I'm hearing you guys, but it's a little bit stuttery. I'm not sure. I don't think it's on my end. I'm looking for everything looks clean on my end. I think it's either the internet connection or you might be talking, ironically, you might be talking loud. That might be.
Oh, wow.
That might be it. I don't know. Let's just try. This is the bug test stuff that I talked about that happens.
How's this sound right now, just from back here? Maybe you need to sit back.
Keep talking for a minute, because it seems like when Aradia first starts talking, it's smooth, and then, especially when you turn your head, it just kind of goes away. So I don't know if it's like a mic you're using, but
no, we're using the internal mic.
That could be it. Those aren't the greatest, but they do work. Yeah, other people are saying they hear it too. Okay. All right, just try talking maybe a little lower and at the microphone, but otherwise I'm getting most of it. So
Okay, sorry.
no, I hate doing that because you're like on a roll and I know you're new at this and I don't wanna be like, hey, you're screwing it up, because you're not.
No, it's okay. Thanks. Well, I just wanted to like kind of fast forward to today, because a lot of my YouTube channel for the last year or so has kind of been, I haven't had a direction.
Mhm.
But it's interesting that I'm on your channel right now with dealing with more of the left-hand path of things. And I don't know if you, when you watch my videos, if anyone could even tell that that's the side of things that I lean toward. So I have, like right now, all day today, I've heard Arishka Gal's voice telling me I need to show more of, you know, the gods and, you know, work with them when I share my videos. And I've been trying to hide from that. I've been trying to like, you know, I don't know, just sharing those things. It's kind of personal for me, but this is where the direction is that they're trying to take me.
Mhm.
So I'm probably, if anybody watches my videos, you'll probably see me steer more toward working with the deities, more Mesopotamia, Egyptian. I saw your
Right?
your post. Yeah. So that's where I'm at right now. I want to, and my goal is when I work a video, I'm very much into, I'm a visual person. So when I do my videos, the most thing that I want a person to get out of it is the excitement to practice magic, the excitement to get into spirituality. So if you get anything out of what I put out on YouTube, that is my goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Relay, I know how to say this, but I'm screwing it up. Relay says, you know, from Lovecraft. I've never been able to say that. They were saying if she sits up closer, her voice is clearer. We can try that a little bit in a second.
Okay.
We'll try it. I don't know if that's true or not. That's their suggestion from the peanut gallery. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'll sit up closer. How does this sound?
Be it, or it could be if you have. Yeah, I think my wife's saying it could be because it's directional. It could also just be you might have noise cancellation on, and it might be picking up the echoes of your voice, and that could be because I notice when you first start talking, it's nice and good, and then as you go on, it just says, "Eh, to hell with it," and it just kind of starts cutting in. So I don't want to screw up the rhythm too much with this, because it wasn't doing it when we were setting up, so it must have something else to do with something. I don't know.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to calm down.
Yeah, that's a visual thing. We can do that in a second. Well, Jabbar, when he's close to the camera, he's going to be cut off. So there's only so much we can do. All right, we'll try it. And like I said, just sit a little closer, and your energy's fine. Like, don't worry about that. Just don't worry, because you worry too much about the technology and you get screwed up too. That's why I hate bringing it up, because it's like, just let him talk, Dan. Just let him talk. All right, let's see here. All right. So your practices, you started leaning into left-hand path stuff, and you know, the deities, whatever it is that you see them as, they're saying, hey, you know, talk about us, bring us to light. And I think one of the things that gets lost on a lot of people, you know, if you've watched my channel for long enough, you know that I'm pretty strongly opposed to superstition. And by that, I mean, when people just dogmatically take things, assume they're true, don't think deeply about them, and stuff like that. And one of the things that I've found, especially on the left-hand path, is a tendency for people to sort of adopt, like the Goetia, for example, lock, stock, and barrel as written. Now, you can do that. We all got to start somewhere, and there's nothing wrong with it. But a little bit of research shows that there's a lot of bullshit that went into that. Just like people would say the Necronomicon is fake and all. all of them have an element either because they did it to hide things, or just because they didn't know, or for any million other reasons. Almost every grimoire has a layer of bullshit on it, even the best of them. Okay. So like when we're talking about the Goetia, you're talking about a set of archetypal beings, 72, of course, that's, you know, not by accident, that are correspondent to things. And it's coming from a medieval mindset. So when you're talking about, say, Baal, for example, or they say Baal, we're talking about Baal, and they're talking about the Baal as they knew from the Bible and demonized. They're not talking about Baal Hadad or any of the other Baals, because there's a bunch of Baals. Of course, you usually only say Baal in reference to Hadad or any of that lineage, right?
Yeah.
So they don't see it as their pagan origin in a lot of cases. It's one of the reasons I did a video series called Beyond the Goetia, because I was like, I know these things are not the beginning or the end of the story. I want to follow it back. And so even in myself, like I barely touch the Goetia anymore. To me, the Goetia is like old hat. It's like, all right, I'm on to the older stuff now. And you know, and I don't see them as, you know, I'm pantheistic. I'm not atheistic or theistic. I don't think that any individual being is really individual. I think it's all a mask for the same divine essence, right? So these entities are disembodied, if you want to, we're embodied, they're disembodied, same story, same thing. You can embody them in an idol, you can do whatever. And they can present themselves to people sometimes as just figments of their imagination. That doesn't mean they're invalid when they do that. And when you get somebody who's a beginner and all they see is like an imaginary friend, that's okay. It can be all in your mind so long as the archetype you're aiming at is accurate. And then for some people, they come through as like, you know, stuff moves around a room. Okay. So, you know, like it can get real if maybe you have to practice a bunch, or maybe it's your first time, but weird stuff happens if you do this long enough.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and so that we're going to get to, because I want to ask you like what your scariest moments were and stuff like that, but we're going to get to that in a minute. So Jabbar, same question to you, whatever you want to answer for that. Tell us about you and your practices, if any.
Yeah.
If
any.
I got to put it like that because I don't like to assume, even though I know.
Can you turn it where you get me? Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you okay so far, yeah. Let's see if it happens to you too. We'll blame the technology if it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll try to move up a little bit. Yeah, let me know. Okay. I am Lord Jabbar. And again, and I'm gonna go right into it. But why I love your show, you know, I keep giving you props, Mr. D.H. Thorne, because I like because you're one of the ones that I like to watch, because I'm into history and philosophy, and people with wide ranges of knowledge. How am I sounding?
So far, you're good. So far, you're good. Yeah, my wife says you're fine. So I would say like it seems to hit on your wife after like a minute. So just talk. I'll say something if it screws up.
First, I'd like to say that I would say that for me, I've been actually on a journey, I would say, for the past 30 years. I actually started in Freemasonry. And you're
one of those lizard people?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you like? You can't be that high if you're talking about it. You must be like a 2 or something.
I didn't actually say anything, but just I'm a Freemason. I haven't given away the real secrets.
No, that's what I like about Freemasonry. It's not a secret organization. It's just they got secrets in the organization, but who doesn't?
Right.
So does the Christian church, by the way, guys. Go hang out in the Christian, you know, go to the Vatican.
Yeah.
You think it's all on their sleeve? I don't think so. Why they wear the fish hat? Ask yourself that question, guys. That's some Dagon stuff, my friend.
And that's why I love your show, because you are very knowledgeable, and I could tell that, similar to me, what brought me to Freemasonry first is my love of history and philosophy. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about modern, like you said, ancient. I have.
They seem to have it better figured out the further back you go, to a point. I mean, let's say like, you know, around the year 0, you know, like 1,000 years in either direction. That's where all the good stuff seems to be. And then the older stuff, I think is good, but you just can't understand it because they're talking in boobity bops that you can't understand.
Well, for me, I'm a lover of history, and I'm talking about not just the esoteric histories, but history in general. And like I said, that's what brought me to Freemasonry. And what I could say about that is it gave me a education on, so okay, it's like you said, googly gob, okay, whatever. But what it is try to understand the mind frame of man 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago. Ancient man, the ancient man's mind, how he thought of spirituality, how with their technology and their science of their day and things like, you know, for a certain period of time, they thought that the earth was the center of the universe and everything went around the earth. It wasn't a heliocentric view. It was a geocentric view. So, so things like that, like they were just discovering geometry and you know, Pythagoras and the different philosophers, Aristotle, Plato. So the mind frame of the culture of the society of the people back then. Also, you know, they didn't have the printing press. The books weren't available. Like the you know, the master and the teacher pupil system. The guild system was more prevalent. If you go back to like ancient Greece or ancient,
it certainly wasn't available to everybody, right? Like the
no.
It was.
You say mystery schools. You talk about now. We're going to talk about Freemasonry. So Freemasonry is not just now. It's this type of system or this guild or the mysteries, the studying of the mystery from the master to the pupil, which you could even see in the Bible. You see it in the Quran. You see it in all different types of books. 2,000 years ago, this was the ancient man's way, a mind of viewing his society, his universe. So basically, sometimes some of the things that we consider like magic in this age, in this modern 21st century society, was just their religion and their way of looking at the world. It wasn't, we separated now in the 21st century, 2,000 years later, we're like, it's magic or it's left hand, right hand. But if you
over-intellectualize it. We over-intellectualize it.
Right. You go to the ancient man's mind and his way of thinking, that was his religion.
Correct. In fact, I would say when you go back further, you find it more likely that people just intuitively understood their connection.
They looked at the stars. They looked at the stars, and like you said, most of this stuff is allegorical. It's talking about a lot of it. It's talking about not just the astronomical things that happen in the heavens, because you know, before the advent of TV, they looked at the universe. I mean, that's one of the oldest religions ever. That since soon as man has been on Earth.
And it was something you could touch because it was when the stars moved, the seasons changed. That's why they started making calendars and this harvest and you know, starting to make the month and the days, which they named after the gods. But it was the oldest religion ever. You saw the heavens, and you could see it clearly back then because it wasn't so much light pollution. So that's why there's so much light pollution. They don't want you to know. They want you to have this. Come on, you're a Freemason. You're giving away all the secrets of the lizard people. What are you doing?
No. Okay, so what I can say
is, you guys, I think, are on the good guy side. From everyone I know who's on the Mason side, you guys get it. You guys know they shouldn't be doing this. None of you guys say, no, this is great. No, you're all like, stop them. Stop them.
So it's a look. You can see the you can see it's in the mirror. No, that's the camera. Okay. Yeah. No, so it's basically putting you in the mind frame of ancient man. So goobly gob to somebody who doesn't have the patience and the time to read. And I'm talking about read again and read again and read again, because every time you read, you're going to get another message out of it. Who doesn't have the time to nowadays sit and meditate and study on and let the philosophy and the magic sink deeply into their subconscious. Because it's about changing you and making you become master of yourself, and not just about to live your daily life, to make you more powerful, a powerful being, to live and get through what this thing is that we call life, this amazing thing that we're living, this moment in time that we're living right now.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, because this is like Carl Sagan said, right? A lot of people say Carl Sagan's an atheist. Well, actually, if you listen to him, he was probably a pantheist. He may have been agnostic. Maybe he didn't have a spirituality. He probably did, though, because you don't come off saying something like we are a way for the universe to know itself unless you have at least a clue what's going on.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's what I said. It's in me. And going back to the question, not to get away from it. So I'm definitely not an atheist. What I am, I would say, is I'm a philosopher. So basically saying that is, it's all semantics to me. I believe in many things, and I lean towards what resonates with me. And
it's breaking up again. Hold on, it's breaking up again. So one question, you're doing this on your laptop, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What other things do you have open right now? I'm wondering if it's the processor now. Because I do notice when I talk, when I cut in for a second, it does make it chill out, and it does sound better. So I don't know.
I shut everything down to do it, and this is a MacBook. I just upgraded to
That's all right.
System. I'm not.
It could be a bevy of different things. Like I said, it didn't show up when we were testing this, so I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to cut you off too much either, by the way, Jabbar. I just want to tell you, like, it was getting good, and then it's like, and then it's like, fuck, that's not, no.
No, I definitely don't want to sound crazy, you know.
And we have an interesting household. I'm like astrology, and he's the astronomer. So it kind of works. We, with our understanding and our our perspective on things, we kind of merge all of that and, work
Tropical
together.
Or sidereal, or both? Which one do you prefer?
Because
there's good arguments for either one. I was going tropical.
Are you meaning that in an astronomical scientific way, or an esoteric gnostic?
Because in the scientific way, neither of them makes sense the way it's presented, does it? No, but I don't know if you saw my Facebook post about astrology. That's how I see it.
I did. More leaning toward tropical, but I'm learning more of the Hellenistic approach with it. But
this goes all the way back. You can find this in obviously Egypt. They love the stars. You find this in Samaria. They love the stars. So this is not just Greek. This is not new. This is ancient as ancient gets, probably for the same reasons that Jabbar was talking about. And if you read into all the conspiracy theories about the pyramids generating energy, they would have had to have known, because the moon was part of the vibration that caused all that. So they had all kinds of reasons to know about it, even if they weren't a spacefaring alien. I don't buy the alien part, but maybe it is true. Yeah. I don't know. I just haven't seen enough evidence to tell me one way or the other. I'm agnostic about it, but
I would like to have a better understanding of the Chaldean approach to astrology. So that's the next route that I will take.
Because we're kind of stuck on the Ptolemaic version, aren't we? Right? Is that? Yep.
When you say what you talking? Okay, you're talking about the basically the Golden Dawn in the 20th century, and Aleister Crowley, and how they have influenced Western occultism.
Not specifically. I mean, that might be what I'm talking about, not realizing, because I do that a lot, because I just get hits and I just talk. But I don't know if that's what I'm talking about. I might not be. My knowledge of astrology is like, it's better than the back of the newspaper, but it's not like a real astrologer. You know what I mean? So like, I understand my chart. I understand better what the planets signify in us. Then I don't, to me, astrology is I've ascribed to the more traditional view that astrology is not cause and effect. It is correspondence. So when things are this way, it's just like when a road's making a sharp turn to the left. It doesn't mean you're going to fly off the road when the sign says there's a sharp turn, but but the energy is going that way, and if you lean into it, it's better than if you lean out of it. I guess is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is, I absolutely agree with that.
And it's not the planets doing it. They're part of that road. They are on that road with us because they were all there from the beginning with us. That's the it seems like a petty thing to focus on, but I think that I noticed that, you know, rational skeptics, as someone who's been a hardcore rational skeptic for a long time until I got back into magic, I know there are arguments against it, but now that I'm with a bigger brain approaching these things again, I go, okay, their arguments are just as circular as the other guys, because they're attacking things that are not really being said by the ancients anyway. Sure, the modern, you know, witch talkers are saying it, but they don't know. They're for them it's right. it's like LARPing in a lot of ways. Right. So yeah, but go ahead, tell me your thoughts. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No. Oh, me? No. No, you're not. To be honest, I've took courses and I've had a mentor in astrology, but going down that path, I found the best way that I like to use it is just to influence when I'm working magic. I might, you know, with my knowledge, I might look at it and see, like you said, what does the stars hold for today? And then, you know, follow, you know, try to work myself around that. But honestly, I just kind of, I broke it down to planetary magic. That's
astrotheurgy,
really,
right? Astrotheurgy is really like a powerful thing. I mean, that's what the Necronomicon is. That's what's, you know, that's what I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden, but the
Picatrix.
The Picatrix, exactly. I like you. You know where my brain was stuck. I like you. Thank you. That's exactly what I was. Yes, the Picatrix, and that one's hard. And I won't even mess with because that's like you have to be so dedicated to do that one right. And that's not me. I'm more of a chaos magician anyway. I'm just gonna be sure. You're lucky if I bathe once a week before magic. I'm kidding. I'm not that dirty. You're gonna catch me fasting and not touching anybody for 3 months? No, we're not doing this.
Well, that is probably what on the lines of what I study. I studied the Gayat al-Hakim. That is the Arabic name of the original name of the Picatrix. Okay. So
that's a cool name too, by the way. That's a cool name. Say it again.
Gayat al-Hakim.
That's I mean, you know, that's that old like it sounds old, right? It just does.
Yeah. well, right. Well, they would use a lot of urine in the astrology. Like, okay, we're not gonna go.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like maybe this worked when you were hanging out with cows and stuff, but right now, like, we're a little too like, you know, I'm a little too soft. I'm a tough guy, and I'm a soft. I work in a nursery. My hands get dirty, and I'm not doing this.
But yeah, so I just want to like name some like texts and stuff that I ancient, and these are not really ancient. I would say they're more middle-aged magic texts, grimoires, whatever you want to call them. Again, they were the science of those people's days. It wasn't. We separated now, but like the Gayat al-Hakim, the Picatrix, the Shams al-Mur'af. That is the book. The Son of Gnosis. That was written by Al-Buni
like
in Persia.
Nice, I like that.
And the Shams al-Mur'af. That's an Persian text from the Middle Ages from the Sufi philosopher Al-Buni.
Yeah, Sufis are cool. I especially am a fan of pantheistic Sufism. I love that tradition a lot. You know, anything that leans pantheistic or non-dual or monist, I'm immediately like, all right, let's hear what they have to say, because usually you find the most deep and mystical stuff out of those systems.
That's why I study like the East. You know, so Eastern, which influenced the Western. You know, they go hand in hand, and the Hassan Isaba, the old man of the mountain. 11th century Persia which they would call them the Naziri Ismaili. So basically, they were the sect that made up the term Hassasids, or assassin, our modern word of assassin. So they had like you said, a pantheistic, Gnosticistic, mystical system from the 11th century Persia. And hopefully I'm not.
You sound okay. Like you flipped out for a second, but you came back. Okay. But I would also, I don't want to lose a couple points here, but I would also point out that the whole thing with the Baphomet, the Templars, that's all interconnected with everything you're talking about in a lot of ways. So, right. Like I've often said, if you want to understand the Templars, you got to understand what you're starting to talk about, which is I focus on what resonates with me, but I respect the daylights out of that. It's just not in my wheelhouse right now. Like that, I haven't gotten that far. Right now I'm on Neoplatonism in Egypt and all that.
You like Neoplaton? I like the word that you just said. So I love it. So
see you later on radio. We're gonna stop. Just kidding.
Dude, but do you see why I said this is,
So, but yeah, they're going back to that. Like you were saying, that was the 11th century. That was the time of the Crusades. That was the time.
That's some Assassin's Creed shit. That's what we're playing that too much right now. My house is crazy right now. It's all Assassin's Creed everything right now. It's not good. It's not good. Save me.
That was the merging of the Knights Templar, the Franks, as well as with the Eastern culture, Saladin and they were fighting, but at the same time they were learning from each other. And actually
some of all the time.
Yeah. Oh no, it definitely. And they were mixing cultures and bringing it back to the West went to the East and the East went to the West, and then started influencing.
Wait, isn't that cultural appropriation? How dare they? What do they do? That's so messed up.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like when and this has happened multiple times throughout history. So one nation will come to think he's going to conquer the other one, or he's going to colonize or whatever, and then he finds out when he gets there that civilization is way older and way more sophisticated than he ever imagined, and then he needs to sit and he needs to actually take and learn from that things that he can modify to make his civilization better. So
demonize the parts that make their culture work so that they have an enemy to fight. It's a big mess.
Of course, right. Of course, you got to stay in control.
Right. The gods of one culture immediately become the devils of another, and it's just, luckily we live in a time where we don't have to do that anymore, but people still do it.
Really?
I mean, you know what? It's like I hang out obviously with I wouldn't say too many Satanists, but a lot of Satanists because of my content. And it's like, some of them are theistic and they're like, oh, you're now talking about Jesus stuff and that's wrong. I'm like, no, fuck you. You got to study it all, man. You're not, if you're just doing another religion, then like, don't do that. Even if you're an atheist, don't write it off just because you don't get it.
Right. Orthodoxy. Right. Like you close your mind to like a whole world of philosophy and knowledge that can actually help you, or that you can use to empower your own self, that you could be able to manifest for your own self. And if I'm talking too much, I want my beautiful wife.
Yeah, go get a drink. I'm gonna get one too, honey. You want to come over here and talk to me?
I don't want to take it over. All right, go ahead. Aradia Arcada, my beautiful wife, you guys. Oh my God.
All right, so back to what you were saying, Aradia, because we're going to talk about. I think we're going to be on for like 3 hours, so make sure your voice is good.
Well, I want to ask you a question though, because when he was talking, I wanted to jump in there and
just hit him. That's what my wife does. Just hit him. He's wearing a helmet. Just hit him low. I don't think he's armored down below. Just hit him low.
We're probably late to the game, but we just watched a movie that was all about the Book of Abramelin.
I haven't heard of it, so you're probably going to tell me more about it than I know.
Dark. Oh my goodness. It was, when I find the name of it, I'll send it to you.
We'll talk about that.
It was.
Magic of Abramelin the Magi.
Yeah. So So,
I mean, it's very influential on Western occultism. I mean, I barely touched it because it's another one of those, like, you got to spend 6 months doing this. It's like, I know I'm not going to do
that
this.
was
I'll
right.
skim it
They
and get
went
the
through
point.
all of that in the movie. They went through, they went through 6 months. They rented out a house for 6 months.
Yep.
Tell in the movie.
Wasn't that
They-
Crowley did it? That was Crowley, wasn't it? Yeah, Crowley did that. He rented out a house for 6 months, and then he did the whole operation. And look, I can tell you right now, okay, keep going. So get to what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, from that, because towards the end, I'm not going to give it away, but we know it's about the contacting your holy guardian angel. So I think they did a phenomenal job with that part of it. But what is your view on the holy guardian angel?
Good question. All right. So holy guardian angel really depends on, again, your perspective. If you're a non-dualist, you recognize your holy guardian angel is essentially the Jivatman. It's right before the very tippity top. Okay. It's the highest personal self that you could potentially achieve. That is to say, let's actually, let me remove that word achieve. Let's get that out of here. It is the highest archetype that you represent. That's what it is. Okay. So D.H. Thorne, this character that I'm playing, okay, is an aspect of a higher archetype of whatever this thing is. Okay. And it all manifests through this. Now, I know this because when I was a kid, when I started fucking with magic like an idiotic young kid does, I grabbed the Necronomicon with my friends, we went to prank a friend, and we did one of the rituals out of it to summon the Watcher, which is the same character, by the way. It's essentially supposed to be the same thing, but they don't say it that way. It's the same concept. So in doing this, I had something happen. And I thought that I went crazy, because what ended up happening was, because of the life I was living at the time, and not that everything was horrible, but, angsty teenager and things at home and things at school and all this. So when this happened, there was a mixture of stuff going on. I was dabbling in forces I didn't understand. And it wasn't the book that did it, right? Let's not blame the Necronomicon. Let's not blame Abramelin, Crowley. That's the art of it. But the substance of it is independent of that, but resonates from it. So if you're opening a door, you could be using a Ouija board. You could be using a pendulum. It doesn't matter. Whatever you're doing, if it's done with the right, I don't want to say intention, I'm going to say will. If your will is in it, and when I say your will, I mean the higher will. I don't mean this person you think you are. That thing is a puppet. That doesn't have will of its own. Then when the higher will says it's time, then it's time. It's going to happen. So when this was going on, it's a perfect paradigm gate, a perfect moment for it to manifest. And so it started to. Now, what happened was I became acquainted with an entity that went by several different names. What I've ended on for public discourse is Ronzael, which is that shadow being that I talk about. But originally it was said to be a watcher. Now this entity, if you examine even the little bit I've written about it, you can obviously see where in me that influences me. It's probably the shadow that has the most influence over me. Okay, so it doesn't have influence over me, but it's that aspect of myself that I am most like, this is who I am.
Wait a minute, and you said you don't believe in extraterrestrials? Go ahead, continue.
When I say, no, I don't mean I don't believe in them. It's that I don't buy the whole they're coming and putting things up our ass type of stuff.
Because you're talking about one right now. You and your higher
That's what
self.
people have said. That is what people have said. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but here's my thing. I don't see them as aliens on another planet. I see them as, well, if you want to talk about a multiverse, we can go there. Dimensionality, absolutely possibility. But I'm also, I don't want to say I'm anti-material. It's that I think material is an illusory perception. And we are watching the brain that's having that perception, but it's not. So when I'm holding something, I'm not holding the thing. I feel a thing, but the thing is all, I am the thing. It's like when you make a fist, are you holding something? No.
Yeah.
So when I say like, there's another alien, that to me that's immediately like a little too separated, like to me, like so I don't want to we'll get into that maybe a little bit later, but so yes, I think personally that some form of contact with your higher guardian angel, your watcher, the archetype that inspires your being, whatever word you want to wrap we can all intuitively feel what this thing is, but we have different words for it. When you can call it, Nietzsche would say the Übermensch or whatever you want to call it. Whenever you find this thing that is you, that is your, not essence, because that's just like I'm talking about something even more, your North Star. Okay. It is that thing which is really your inner guru is another good word for it. That is because there is no outer guru. It's all inner. Your inner guru tells you whether something is right for you or not the other person outside. So when finding your inner guru it's up there with enlightenment itself. It's one of the more important stages of your development. Now, you don't have to have it, but having it is an indispensable guide, especially if you're struggling through a dualistic state, where most of us in the West, in the modern world, are, because they want us that way. I have to tell you, they don't want you thinking about these things. That's why I called it doobly-doop before, because they mistranslate it because they don't want you to understand it. They tell you, oh, well, they said this, and they use a word out of context as a mistranslation, like the word Lucifer in the Bible. It didn't mean what they said it meant. The whole idea of Lucifer as this fallen angel character in the Christian tradition is 99%. Yes, it's based on other things, but it's 99% as described bullshit. Yeah. So, like that. So the hard thing for any magician or sorcerer or philosopher or whatever you want to call yourself is having discernment to cut through the mistranslations and the bullshit. And so a newcomer will come to Abramelin and they'll say, oh, I got to do a 6-month operation. Now, is it a good idea to do that? For some people? Absolutely, because that ordeal makes it real, right? The ordeal makes it real. Fake it till you make it. It's the same energy, just a different way of putting it. I went through an ordeal, but it wasn't a 6-month ordeal. I didn't have to, abstain from everything, and I didn't have to do, for me, it was literally supposed to be a prank during a hard part of my life, and blah, 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 and bang, 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 and the rest is history. Yeah. Now, so any tradition can get you there. Any one of them. It doesn't have to be Abramelin. Abramelin's coming from a very, we'll say, I wouldn't even just say I'm going to say a very almost right-hand, really a right-hand kind of view. Okay. Abramelin is not a left-hand path guy. He's very much this is God and it's radiating on me and I'm all, so it's a very, almost Judeo-Christian worldview, really. I mean, of course, the word angel means different things to different cultures. It means messenger mostly to most other people. It's a stand-in for the deities of other cultures. And when one takes that Judeo-Christian worldview and takes the superstition or religion out of it and looks at it as it was originally in the mystical context, the esoteric context, we return again to a non-dual story about a divine being that's eminent and is incarnated as us, and these are the messengers that go between and all this kind of good stuff. So Abramelin is cool, but very impractical for most modern people. But maybe that's why it should be done, because most modern people, as Jabbar was saying, do not have that mentality anymore. They are, or they're superstitious, and they do, but they have a corrupted version because they're superstitious. They're like peasants who are afraid of that mountain because they said a wizard worked on it once or something. Right. They don't approach it with an intellectual, a rational intellectual mindset. So doing that shows discipline and commitment and all of those things, which I kind of lack in a lot of ways, I gotta be honest. But it shows a lot of those properties which are necessary to success in these things. But so I would say it's a good system. It's not mine. I wouldn't do it that way. I would probably keep it simpler. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question or if it makes you have other things to say on it.
No, that is absolutely, I just needed to know your view on the Holy Guardian Angel. And
let's stop calling it an angel. Call it whatever you want. You can call it angel, call it a watcher, call it inner guru, call it your guide, call it your Christ consciousness, whatever you want to call it. There is that. So,
well, that's the way I work with it, right? So a lot of the other things that I do is try to guide people to like build an altar to yourself, like work with yourself. Stop trying to always go outside of yourself, you know. So I'm I'm one with that. I agree with that.
I mean, and we in the West, I'm gonna pick on the West a lot tonight because I always do. Not that the West is bad about everything. I mean, I could pick on any you know hemisphere I want, but the thing, I know the West better than I know the East, and I know that the Western mindset is hyper left brain to the point of being kind of broken. We think our reaction to reality is reality. And what I mean by that is our thoughts are nothing more, if anything, than part of reality, but they are not what we are. So we think that our thoughts decide. Where do those thoughts come from, though? Who decides the thought? Right? Where does when the thought happens, we think that thoughts happen in a linear way. A plus B equals C times square. And we think in that kind of a way, but that is not how, that is how it appears to us. But deep inside, it's not even subconscious. It's subconscious is kind of a, but it's even before that. So when you have a thought process, that's the readout. Like you're watching the computer screen with the readout popping up that's telling you this is what you think, but that's not your thoughts. The thoughts, the true logic, the logos, is an intuitive thing, and it happens before your realization of it. So by the time you realize you've had a brilliant thought or an idea, you actually had an intuitive gnosis of it before that. And so the Western way is they focus on the thoughts, which is okay, but that is like a funhouse mirror compared to the reality. And the reality is not effable, it's ineffable. It's before the thoughts. So Western occultism tends to be very left-brained. It tends to be very math. It tends to be very thought. It tends to, at least the modern stuff. You go back far enough, you start to see where they converge with, as you might say, the mystic or the hermetic or the Gnostic or whatever. But the more modern stuff, like Crowley and all that, it's very left-brain. Now, Crowley, I think, got it, because if you read his writings, he talks about the same things I do. Not to say that he gets it because I get it, but you know what I'm saying. And when you look at the ancients, it was a given. It wasn't something you had to prove to people. It was a given that all is God, or that God is somehow the preeminent cause, and that God is not separate from us, but we have an ignorance of God. And that is found everywhere. That's not unique to the East. It's not unique to the West. It's not unique to the primitive. It's everybody has this understanding. We as Western modern culture have discarded that. And that leads me to one of the things that I was going to slight pick a bone with Jabbar about, which was, he said it was the science. Now there is some truth to this was their science, but one of the misinterpretations of modern academia is to equate it with science in the same vein that we have modern science. Now, when they were looking at reality, yes, they were approaching it rationally. And in that tone, yes, it was like a science. But I will say that they have the modern mind, the modern academic has looked into antiquity and said, this was just primitive science. Right. Because they don't know what we know. Look how much better we are. And so there is this idea in modern academia that the gods were just a way to explain nature. But go back a little further and it stops looking that way, and you start to realize that they had, using a different, we'll say, logical mind, I guess, a different language, a different way of saying it. They saw the material world, when they say the material world is an emanation or a shadow or a creation of a deity, they don't mean that deity went bazap and now there's an ocean, and bazap and now there's mountains. They meant that the oceans and the mountains are inspired by the enigma of the divine, and one of the facets of that enigma are these archetypes that we associate with the forces and the elements, and the deities are our personified anthropocentric way of humanizing those things so that we can relate to them. So it's not that they cause things, like Baal Hadad didn't cause storms. Baal Hadad was our mental picture of that enigmatic essence of the divine that becomes all storms.
Right. Right.
It's not a cause and effect. It's perfect analogy. Imagine a river. When you look into a river, you might see some white rapids, you might see some ripples and stuff like that. You see a whirlpool. So that is the world we see, is the surface of that river. But under that river, the source of those whirlpools is a rock that's at the bottom, or a fish or a stick or something. Things you don't see. Doesn't mean they're not there. And it doesn't mean that they're controlling the surface, because that would imply that they mean to make the surface do that. They don't. They are simply the first cause, and the first cause is the ineffable divine itself, which it's not a, you know, when we say the demiurge, we have this feeling like this thing sat down and scribbled out all these ideas and then made the world out of that. No, it is more like the demiurge is, it just is that logos, that logic that is part of the infinite. But the infinite being what it is, it's also got infinite chaos and infinite stuff that you can't make sense of. So we tune in to the part that makes sense. As living mortal beings, we ignore the stuff that doesn't make sense. Okay, we focus on the patterns, not the irrational patterns. So when we do that, we're actually ignoring half, if not more, than the ultimate that is. Okay, this is where you have your deities like primordial chaos, Keku, all these ancient deities that are of darkness and the before time, if you will, before God came and made. That's where this comes from. And we, as humans, being anthropocentric morons, we look at the world and go, well, it's got to make sense to me or else it's not real. Well, no, that's not true at all, you know?
Right. Now, I heard a little bit of Iamblichus, the Neoplatonist philosopher in there.
I'm not quoting, I'm probably just resonating, because I've only read a little bit of Plotinus, I got to be honest with you, and a little, whatever's on Wikipedia about their other guys. Most of this is self-oriented, but I get hits from those things. And so I asked my friend Eddie, I do this all the time where I'll just be talking. He's like, oh, that's what they said in this. I'm like, I never read it. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I was going to say, you read Iamblichus. Okay,
no, I'm literally just... It's a validation, because I think this is what I try to get at with people. You could say you're hiding guardian's angel, you could say your enlightenment, whatever. Once you get that, I see God, the rest starts to just fill in for you. You make mistakes along the way, but it starts to just fill in, because it's the only logical way it could be. It's the only thing that makes sense when you understand this pantheistic view. It doesn't make sense any other way, and it makes such good sense that you can start going, yeah, science is great for understanding the illusory world. There's no question it's better than anything else. But where does that come from?
Right. And I just want to say so. Let me just talk real quick. I'm sorry. I don't want to keep taking it over. But
she's like, I'm gonna get you later.
Can you guys see me? Okay. All right. So like, and I had a little okay, so. I approached things first becoming a Freemason, and then I started approaching things for studying that, and then studying philosophy. Like when I was a Freemason, I took myself through a philosophical education. Meaning I just studied like all of the philosophers, starting from the pre-Socratics all the way up on now until Hegel. I mean, all the way up into Bertrand Russell. I mean, all to modern, philosophical tradition and all the different thoughts and stuff. And I'm talking about pretty much all of them. So now I was a little bit more esoteric thinking at the time. And then what that did was it kind of led me into science. So then, okay, I became an amateur astronomer. So like I started actually, I studied at Montclair State University and became an amateur, joined an astronomical group and started actually, getting a telescope, looking at the universe. And then in that, I started looking at things from a scientific point of view. I started getting introduced to a scientific way of things, as well as my day job, which I do. I'm into microbiology. Oh,
so. Cool.
So I started studying. So I
Don't say that too loud, because the censors will get mad, because they think you're going to talk about the Kofifi.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
you're fine. I'm just being funny. I'm just well, I'm paranoid
So
with these people now.
So I had a conflict for a little while. So okay, so because I see that science works and that, but I understand that it's a duality. Like it's a scientific view is just looking at it and you're twisting your mind one way, and then if you come down the other end of that spectrum, you're back into the Gnostic and the esoteric way. It's just the other end of the spectrum. It's the way that you view. And I started to realize that ancient man, he didn't have, so it's because of my 21st century mind and the way that the educational system has separated it. So I even though I see that both of them work, like the esoteric, the Gnosticism, the magic is a science, it's a esoteric science. It works. It's a way to look at the phenomenon of all of this. And then I saw that the scientific, mathematical, logical way works as well. It was hard for me to go back to the ancient man's mind where it wasn't, he didn't separate it.
Mm-hmm.
He merged it. It was merged.
Mm-hmm.
2,000 years ago, it was already merged. Like we took it later and we separated. So I had a conflict with like looking at things in a scientific way and then separating my mind and looking at it in an esoteric way.
That's by design. I can tell you, I mean, it's an intuitive thing, but that's by design. You go back 100 years ago, they didn't have that problem like we do now.
Right.
And it wasn't like they were just grumbly saying, well, I guess we'll talk about this too. Newton was come on. Newton was a damn alchemist. He knew it was up.
Right.
So
Right.
So here's what I think is going on. They don't want the rank and file humans to know the deeper truth. Okay. The deeper truth is that these are not two extremes, right? I often tell people you have to think of the as above and so below and the material and the astral, whatever your split is. You have to think of them not as two different things or even two directions. You have to think of it more like write the word material on the palm of your hand, write the word astral on the back of your hand and put it up to your face like this. You look one way, you see astral, you look this way, you see material. It's the same silver though. It's the same thing. It's the same hand. So when we in our modern time, we've been indoctrinated into this materialistic mindset.
Right.
And you could also argue that the people in the past were indoctrinated into an idealistic one because they were stuck in a religiosity perspective like Christianity and all that. But the truth is, all of this is an illusion, including your intellectualization of the astral, including all of it is a simulacrum. It's all, you've heard the saying, the map is not the territory, I'm sure. Well, that's what I'm kind of pointing at here is no matter whether we're talking about science or metaphysics, meaning magic and all that, we're talking about an intellectual map that we've made of something for which there is no map. The territory is its own thing. And like you said, I think that at least maybe not the guy working in the fields, but generally speaking, people who were learned, like you said, they thought they were the same thing. They didn't split the magic from the mysteries, the material from the mysteries that much. Even when you get to Plotinus, where they say like, and Plato and all these people, where they say like the material world is evil, that's another example of what I mean. The word evil meant something different to them than it means to us. We hear evil, we think murderers and rapists and stuff like that. When they heard evil, it was more like the word ignorance. It was negative, but it was more like the word ignorance. And when we say ignorance, we mean ignorance, not ignorance. We mean an ignoring of something, not your stupid ignorance, because stupidity is one thing. Ignorance is something completely different. Ignorance is, I'm not, that's ignorance. So one way to think of it is the whole reason this manifests at all is because God's ignoring himself, itself, herself, the self, and having a mortal experience, because it's like, nope, I'm just this person right now. I'm not God, right? That's a form of ignorance. And I think that's, so we got a super chat. Let me, let's see. Patchwork, he says, I see no separation between the material and mental, spiritual. It's all just layers. Even layers. My problem with layers is now you're indicating that reality is stratified, and that's a cosmic order which, from our perception, looks right, but in the higher sense is not what's going on. It's all an unspeakable thusness. It is not that's what we see looking back to the truth through the layers of ignorance that we're in. So when your mind clears, I can tell you from experience, when the mind clears out and you're in a perfectly Gnostic state, even in the levels of samadhi or gnosis that you can have, you know intuitively those layers are artificial. They're not really layers. They're more like frequencies of perception. And you can see, and when you see them all, what do you see? Nothing, because that's what everything looks like when it's all together at once. It looks like nothing. So let me go to Aradia now. Let me I had all these questions set up and we're just riffing on all the other things. All right, so I'm going to skip this one because I guess we kind of let's go to, let me ask you, what was your initiation into the metaphysics of magic or anything? I know you've said that you are less interested in the philosophy like your husband, not to say that you don't have anything, but you're more interested in the practical stuff. But what would you say informed you to begin with? What got you, like Wicca, Hermeticism? What was your, or was it just, hey, I'm into this because I find it interesting? Like, what was your springboard?
Well, I mean, all my life, I knew there was, I've had experiences with like otherworldly things. So I knew there was something other than, Christianity. And let me tell you what, I'll give you an experience that I had that led me down this path. I was standing in church one day and we were having like the Holy Convocation week. And we took this young lady upstairs because she came in off the street, she needed help. So the bishop's wife and a couple of other members, and then they grabbed me. I was always getting grabbed for something. So they grabbed me and they bring me upstairs. We so they're talking to the girl, and all of a sudden the bishop's wife starts praying, and I don't know if it was just me seeing this. That was the first time that I saw a physical representation of, I don't want to call it demonic, but this was, my sense of it at the time. The young girl's claws looked like they were growing, and her whole face was distorted. Mm-hmm. After having that moment, that experience, I started seeing, things a little differently. And after leaving the church, like most people do, because, I was still healing from the trauma of, the Christianity that I was, the Bible bashing. Mm-hmm. I went into Wicca and I joined this coven. And then after joining the coven, I still knew this is not dark enough for me.
It's Christianity, but with a broomstick in a lot of ways.
Yeah, yes.
No offense to my Wicca friends, because I have nothing.
Yeah,
against
say
it.
shout out to the coven members because they're probably watching.
Yeah, I'm not dissing on you guys. I'm just saying that's what I meant by the yoga pit, like the love and light. There's nothing wrong with love and light. That's actually what it's all about. But it's a superficial thing that triggers me, I guess.
But the coven leader, we're friends, till today. She was wonderful, and it was like I went to her. I was like, look, I have to take a different path. Like I want to work with Lucifer and everything. So she was really cool about it. She was like, she was supporting me. So from that, I dabbled in a little bit of things, and then that led me to the primal craft, where it introduced me to working with Lucifer and Belial. But
you know what I do when I run into people, when you say Lucifer and they go, "Oh my God, that's so bad." If I think they're gonna think that, I'll just be like, "Oh yeah, I work with a what's the word I like to use? I work with an aspect of Prometheus," and I just leave it at that. Okay, because that's basically what we're talking about. You could even say Enki from Sumeria. You could say, there's a lot of ways you could say it, because Lucifer is just our post-Christian view of that archetype. Okay, it's the same guy,
Yeah.
it's the same thing, the same entity.
Yeah. And
you
it's
know?
interesting you say Prometheus, because in one of my past lives, I had a past life regression, and I was being led through several doors to each of my lives, and the entity that was leading me, his name was Prometheus.
So the when we encounter an entity, like I was saying before, we personify that essence. You know, call it an enigma, call it an archetype, call it whatever you want. We personify that, and we latch onto it with whatever we've been taught. When I was young and I first dabbled into this stuff like a moron, I had zero education. The only thing I had was my Christian upbringing and a little bit of Kwai Chan Caine stuff from Kung Fu: The Legend Continues. That's pretty much all I had. You know, whatever I got in my martial arts fantasies that I was into, Jedi stuff like that. And so when I had this happen, one of the first things these spirits said through me wasn't like, I am the Zimbabwe of whatever dimension. No, it was, I'm going to speak to you through you, using the language you possess, because that's what I'm limited to. And you're going to call me things like angels, and you're going to be talking about God, but I don't mean any of those things. These are all symbolic representations of what the truth is. And that alone, when I look back on this as a 12-year-old, 13, I guess it was 13. I don't remember exactly how old I was. When I look back on that, how would a 13-year-old come up with that?
Right.
Then on top of it, I was basically describing in my own way what is very similar, if not the same, as Advaita, Neoplatonism, Platonism, Gnosticism, Hermeticism. I was describing the same principles. I talked about the void and how within the void there is the one, and the one emanates through the void, and the void is the one, but it's all kind of, and I couldn't explain it, but I was spewing this shit out that just, when I heard it later said back to me, because they wrote it all down, I was like, because I didn't remember half of it at the time. I was like, where the fuck did this come from? This sounds like the story for a freaking sci-fi fantasy story deluxe, you know? I didn't know what this was. And then my friends went out and started looking up stuff. They're like, oh, you're saying stuff that's in this book, or it's in Kabbalah, or it's in whatever. And I'm like, what, a Kabahu, you know? And that was like, for me, when I was a kid anyway, that was for me like your experience with that person. It was, forget the possession, because that could have just been me going crazy. It was the parts I could validate later, especially as an adult with a bigger brain and more education. I can look at that and go, you were basically, you know, validating everything. And so that may happen to you too. You may end up down the road looking back on your initiation into this stuff and see that it informed you and gave you really good insight that will only become obvious like later on. So, all right. So you had this spooky experience. Was that your scariest moment in magic, or can you get scarier? Like you said, you wanted darker.
I can tell you, I'm not a person, and if I say this now, watch, you know, shit. I'm not a person that scares easily when it comes to that. Like especially like if you mess with my sleep, I've had spirits like knock at my door while I'm trying to sleep, and I'm like, not tonight. But I want to give a shout out to, because without her, I mean, I probably would have found another avenue, because this is the path that I am supposed to be on. However, this woman, she's a psychic medium and a dear friend of mine. I started going to her when I was just coming out of the idea of Christianity, and I was riddled with fear, but I knew I wanted to go forward. I would go to her office, like, I don't know if it was like bi-weekly or once a week, but I was seeing things, and I just thought I was going crazy. Like I thought I was making shit up, or I thought I was just, going crazy.
You're checking all the boxes I can say. I got the same box checked. All the same boxes. Keep going.
So I go to her, and we had to work through a couple of sessions where she has to calm me down, because I'm like, I'm going to hell. You know, this is how my thinking at the time. So she began to help me understand that what I'm seeing, she asked me to describe some of the things that I was seeing. I described to her this man that was in the office. I described the suit he had on, and come to find out he was the man that he like owned a building maybe about 50, 60 years ago, and he was he like performed some kind of illegal surgeries on people. But you know, she helped me to realize that I wasn't going crazy. I was seeing what I was seeing.
I mean, no more than everybody else. Let's just...
Right. So she still till today, because like I said, I'm really stubborn, and I have like spirits knocking at my door, trying to...
I'm reminded of them. What was it? Ghost? I think it was, no, what maybe it was Ghost, where Whoopi Goldberg gets the ability to see the spirits, and then all of a sudden, like, they're lined up outside the door. Like, that's because I felt that way. No, I felt that way for a while. Like, I did, because it was like everywhere I went, I was like, I can't do this. Keep going.
That's so. I mean, it's levels to it, right? You're not gonna. It's not gonna happen overnight, but I'm at the place right now where, and I'm that crazy person that if I'm working in the office with you and I've done it, and Jabbar will tell me, you're not supposed to do this at work. I'll go tell them, like, there's this spirit here with you, blah, blah, blah. They look at me like I'm crazy, but come to find out, they're like, yeah, but it's a process. And right now I have to stop bullshitting around and, do what I have to do.
You know what you have to do? Here's what I can tell you have to do from my lazy Zen mentality. There's a concept in Taoism called Wu Wei, but you can't do it on purpose. And Wu Wei basically means like letting go. It means to just sort of just flow with what's going on. You don't have to try. Like when people say like, oh, my path began here, or this caused me. When you reach a certain point, you realize there is no try, there is no cause. You are going, your will is inevitable. When I say your will, I don't mean Aradia's will. Aradia is a character you're acting out. The will itself is manifesting through you moment by moment. Everything that you experience, nothing that you experience is against your will, no matter how much you don't like it. That's the hard part, because you'll go through life going, fuck, I got to pay bills, or this person left me, and you blame the world, you blame yourself. There's nothing to blame, because this too is part of the show. And so one of the things that it sort of can happen, it's sort of a double-edged sword. You can kind of get lazy too, because you go like, well, everything's just going to be what it is. So you stop like trying, right? But on some level, you can externalize it as, I got to do this, I got to work on this, I got to work on that. But internally, you've got to know that all of this is inevitable. You cannot fail, even if you screw up. You cannot fail, because even if you take a header off a pier and break your neck, that is the will of the divine, which is you. That's the Tao. But that's your personal part of the Tao. Now, this understanding, that's part of that liberation that all of these traditions lead to, that moksha, that release of feeling like you got to do it. But like I said, it's a double-edged sword, because when you hit that, then you get the other sickness. The Western sickness is, I got to do it all. And the other side of this, the feminine side of this, the sickness will say, is to do nothing. And both of them in their extreme destroy you. You've got to bring them together and be like, okay, I am the hand of God. Like Aradia is the hand of God. I am an avatar of God, and I've got to be in that space. Then when you do that, especially in ritual, if you're doing a spell in that mind state, it won't even matter if it works or not. It won't, because it's not about it working. You realize that you're doing the ritual for its own sake. It's a celebration, and it leads to a synchronistic miracle. It's not that your spell in a jar causes anything. It's that you are removing the egoistic blockages. When they say, like in Right Hand Path religion, they say surrender to the divine. What I'm saying is surrender to your true self. So, because don't see the divine as external. Surrender to your true self. Let that ego just be. That's what yoga means, to yoke the ego, or they wouldn't have said ego, but to yoke this to the whole. So continue, but I want to touch on, because one of the things that happens, I've noticed, is like schizophrenia is a common, diagnosis for people like us. And if you know a good psychiatrist or psychologist, they'll tell you schizophrenia by itself is not a problem. That's just part of how the human brain works. When it becomes a problem is when it interferes with your ability to relate to this world, or it scares you, or all of, like, when it's pathological in nature. And to see things that are not there, you're doing that right now anyway. Your idea of this world as you see it is not real. This is just what it looks like through something shaped like this. It's not what it looks like. It doesn't look like anything. So you're already having a schizophrenic, daydream right now. We call that normal, but it's really not. So when you're having those experiences, like I had a friend of mine who would be like, do you see spirits? And I'm like, well, once upon a time I saw them a lot more often. Then somewhere along the way, I kind of got broken through rational skepticism, where it's like, I have a doubt now, so I don't let myself see it that way. But I've realized that was a blessing in disguise, because instead of erring on a superstitious, there's a ghost over there, I realized that when I see a ghost over there, that's just my representation of whatever that enigma is that is there. There is something there. But to call it like an old man in a suit, there's no old man in a suit standing there. That's not what's going on, because there's not even a D.H. Thorne sitting here. This isn't real either. What I'm seeing is my mind's interpretation of the unspeakable in that thing. So when you're saying like, oh, I see a spirit in the kitchen or something, like you're tuned in to the other side of that coin that I talk about. And you're manifesting an image of that spirit. And the trick then is to take that manifestation and see through that, just like you would see through this as an illusion, but still work with it. Like, I'm not saying ignore it and say, oh, it's not there. It's kind of a delicate balancing act, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, it's, you can't disregard it, and you can't take it at face value, I guess is what I mean. That's how you get dogmatic real fast. Oh, Lucifer isn't Lucifer unless he's got 8 wings and a ponytail or something, like that's that kind of stuff you see all the time. And that's
well, I can tell you, I know the ones that show themselves, and it is imperative for me to communicate. Mm-hmm. For example, we had a young lady that was living across the hall from us, and she was on drugs, and what had happened was she fell asleep while she was cooking something, and we had no idea. So we're sitting here watching TV, and this image of this man, he was like pearl black, and his hair was like pearl black curls, and he even had like a looked like a priest collar on. He was in all black.
Well, like one of those white little one of them things. I forget what they call that. There's a word for that thing.
He stood there. He kept staring at me, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just ignore him and he'll go away. But there was this urgency, this sense of urgency in his face and his eyes. So he looked at me, and I guess he was like sitting in these thoughts, but he led me to go knock on the door. For some reason, I was like, let me go check next door. I went outside.
Here's where the validation comes in. I know what's coming. Keep going. I know where this is leading. I can tell.
I went outside. I opened the door. Smoke everywhere. So we're banging on the door. We're banging just to wake her up. So when they come to me, there's one thing that I do know, their eyes. When their eyes intensely focus, I better pay attention. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I've had enough that, I'm not going to say that I sometimes still think I'm going crazy, but I've had.
That's okay though. Like, you should be questioning. I got to tell you, like, yeah. That's what I warn people about, is you can get so superstitious. That's what I mean by superstition. You can get so, you don't question or doubt anything, and that's not a Promethean, that's not a rebellious mindset that you don't reach enlightenment by just accepting what everything tells you. You got to question the spirits at every level. So don't ever feel weird saying like, oh, I think I'm crazy. You're allowed. Just know that you're not wrong for having these experiences, no matter what they are, so long as you are grounded and your head in the clouds. So long as you're doing both evenly, you can make sense out of it and be okay. It's only when you get into that, the spirits told me to kill my friend's cat, that's when you like, I'm good, like we can stop.
Yeah.
Behemoth X is here. What's up, brother? Behemoth X is watching. He says hail. I don't know if you guys know Behemoth X, but you should. He's cool.
Yeah, Behemoth. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, wow.
Wow, beautiful. I love your channel, Behemoth.
Yeah, he's a, I'm still, one of these days, I don't care. I'm gonna have to go to Canada and I'm gonna have to go, but he's a big dude too, looking, he'll probably give me a run for my money. So I'm gonna have to use my words instead of my physicality. I'm gonna have to get him on the stream because he's another.
Yeah, I love him. I love his aesthetics.
Yep.
All right, so keep going, Radio. So okay, so this spirit guided you to this thing, right? And so this happens. Now what happens next? Like, what did that do for, like, did that mess you up, or did that make you trust it more?
No, trust it more. Yeah, definitely trust it more. And what I like to do is I recall so that I can pay attention to the things that stood out to me. And like I said, a lot of that is the eyes. So even when I'm astral traveling, this is how they communicate with me. Like, they come and like stare in my face, and there's no words spoken. It's like they're speaking through their eyes. So this is how I experience.
Look, we've all got different ways. Like for me, I'm not very good at visualizing unless I'm asleep or like, off my ass or something. Normally I'm too, I don't want to say right brained or left brain, because I can enter like a silent internal state easily. Like I don't even have to try, but I can't just make an image stay there. So a lot of the times I'll get flashes of things. Like I'll be sitting here and I'll see spirit right over there. Up, and I look, of course there's nothing there. I'll close my eyes and I'll try to role play with it. And I'll role play through that thing until I start getting, most of the time it's like my own, I'm talking to myself, but then those messages end up being completely valid. Like I've been telling you guys, like I'll say something like, do you know that was in this book? Never heard of it. Never heard of that guy. Stuff. Oh, thank you, honey. So between that and I'll get the weirdest is when I hold conversations with them. And the hardest thing for me is not letting my own egoistic mind take control of the conversation, especially on their end. So if I ask them about something that I'm really attached to, so like what's going to happen with New World Order or some shit like that, I'll get an answer. I'll go, was that just wishful thinking, or was that just doom and gloom thinking, or was that, and I'll have a problem. It works better when I separate myself out from it. And it's more just like, what's the deepest secret of reality or something? And then it just comes through clear and clean, and it's great. So we've all got our way, is what I'm saying. Is like, we've all got, this is where I say to people, if you engage with the spirits and it just feels like you're talking to yourself, that's okay. Keep doing it. If you're not, the spirits aren't more real just because you see them standing in your room looking at you. They're not more real if you have a vivid experience. That's just easier for you to in some ways discredit, because you can say, am I crazy? So in some ways it's easier if you don't have that. And I found that for me, as I've gone through this process, spirits as personified figures or people or whatever are a little bit less inclined to visit me. I am more connected to the source of all that. And that's where it's like Eckhart Tolle says, I've never spoken to angels. I have no doubt that they exist, but I am in tune with the source directly. That's what he's attuned to. And, this is where the whole Yahweh cult kind of comes from, is because these are people who in antiquity, they realized that the deities are real, but they aren't the God. And when they say God in the esoteric, Judeo origin, they don't mean Yahweh as some dude on a throne with a beard looking like Baal's brother, because that's what he was. He was another, you know, Yahweh Elohim was one of the brothers in the Canaanite religion of the many gods under or the father, depending on which one you ask. So they were all related. They weren't enemies. They were all partners and friends and part of, but then they split off and whatever. So this higher deity that they think of is almost like the Atman in Advaita Vedanta. It is that highest self, above the guardian angel, above all that. It is the one that's totally transcendent. And then all of these angels take the place of the gods. And so this is like an evolution. Now us sitting here at the end, receiving all of this, I shouldn't even say the end, sitting here at the age of Aquarius dawning, we're starting to have the unveiling, okay? And all of this stuff is starting to come up. And so, of course, like rapid fire, those of us who awaken, we're not being taught. Like Jabbar was saying, back in the day, you'd be taught by your master and all this stuff. We don't have that. So where is this all coming from now? Where is this all happening? There's no God or somebody. So I don't have a master feeding me information. This is just unveiling. And those who are going through that, it seems to be accelerating. It seems to be people are going from, I like Harry Potter, to we are all the universe, holy shit. And it's and it is like really trippy to watch, especially coming from, as a Gen X kid myself, coming from that, looking like, man, a lot of people are either going to hell or we're figuring it out real quick, aren't we? And it's pretty remarkable. So, I mean, you know, to your credit, you're doing that work, and you're experiencing these things, and you're following your path. So let me ask you another question about it, and then maybe we'll maybe Jabbar too. I'd like his answer to that other question in a minute, but because I kind of get a gist of what your metaphysical foundation is already, Jabbar, where you sit on it. So Aradia, I don't know if that counted as your scariest moment. Was that your scariest moment in magic or paranormal stuff, or does it get weird? When I say scary, I don't necessarily mean like, oh, I just got scared. I mean like the Matrix whoa moment. Like what was your biggest, especially since coming into this as a practitioner, not just a Christian who saw someone seemingly possessed or whatever. What was, you know, go ahead.
It's most of the time because when I'm in my awakened state, I'm pretty much like extra on guard, so they catch me when, you know, I'm asleep. I can tell you it was weird. I don't know if it was scary, but it kind of shook me. There was two experiences that I had when I first started going down the path, working in the primal current. I was in the astral, and there were a bunch of deities going hardcore orgy. So
you broke up a little bit. Did you say hardcore orgy?
I did.
Okay, all right. I want to make sure, because I mean that's not that unusual, but it was a little unexpected. I'm not gonna lie. I thought the radio cut out.
You know what? It wasn't, because the view of it that I had, it was
just assholes and elbows everywhere with wings and angels.
It was it was you know what? It was like I was like right there, and they were like, come on, we're joining in with you. But the next one was, I guess that was like, okay, this is what's happening, because the next time, I guess it was like a test. This is what I was told. One of them grabbed me and began to have sex with me, and it was like, you know, it was very forceful. So it was like, when I woke up, that was very scary. But
I'm just gonna say, I print screen just now. I just saved a copy of the screen because Jabbar was looking at you like, I'm gonna have to talk to you about this later. Really? He was fucking you, huh? He's like, okay, all right.
Look, I wasn't invited to this.
I guess I don't have to tell you about my succubus friends then. Keep going. I'm just teasing. Go ahead. That's how I do things. I like to lighten it.
Well, a lot of the stuff that I went through that I would consider like not scary, but like kind of shocking was this is what they look at as being initiated into the different levels of things. So like, you know, the sexual callus, like it, you know, when you're having sex means you're being initiated, you know, into the next level of whatever. But these were,
because this is all stuff that's like, I refrain from it only because my own path is not highly sexualized, but sexual magic and sexual spirituality are not things to be avoided. If you must keep them to yourself, you know, I don't buy into this whole sperm retention thing necessarily, but I do understand why they teach this principle, and that there are ways to do your sexual duties, shall we say, in a way that is less wasteful of whatever that is. I don't like the idea that there's like I know there's the whole cerebrospinal thing. I know there's all this stuff. I know there's a lot of gland stuff going on, but like, I like to move a little bit away from that, because that's how you get like into moralism real quick if you're not careful. So I prefer to see it as, if I'm going to be doing this thing, you know, if I'm going to be masturbating or having sex with, you know, and if it's just for selfish pleasure ends, you know, I got to be mindful of the fact that's energy, creative energy that's being pumped into just gratification. And so I've got to try to twist that into something a little bit more. Look, you don't have to do it every time. No one in their right mind is going to just make it like just every time they have an orgasm or don't or whatever. But if you have that mindset and you're cautious about it, and in Chinese mysticism is different. The women are supposed to have as many orgasms as you can get, whereas the guys are supposed to have orgasms but retain the seed from it. You're not supposed to spill the cup of Hermes, as they say. The women are supposed to ejaculate the whole, like you guys are supposed to go, because you're female, you're opposite. Men are supposed to retain. So if there is an acknowledgement in there, so then it's better. Now, the spirit world will remind us of these things in my experience, in some way, in their own way. So when you're like being initiated by these spirits with the sexual stuff, in a sense, maybe they're telling you like, hey, maybe I should direct some of my sexual energy. You know, I don't know if you got that message, or if that's just what I get from your story, but I don't interrupt you too much, because I already did. Go ahead. I realize I just
holy shit from that. That's what I got.
That's it. Yeah, that's fair.
No, I mean, because I'm like a seer, so I'm like, I'm always in the astral, and this is how it's been ever since I can remember. So it's not much that really startles me, or, you know, so it's, I don't know, I can't really think. Like, I've seen Billy Owl. He came to me and he was pretty scary. But at the same time, it was, you know, it felt like home. So I was fine with that, but I can't think of anything that was like, wow, you know, that wow scare.
That's okay. I mean, it may have already happened, or it may yet happen, but I will say that it is inevitable if you keep playing with these things. A wow moment will happen sooner. Maybe it'll be you're on psychedelics. Maybe it'll be you're doing a ritual. Maybe it'll be who knows what. But, you know, I would say that I had more intense paranormal stuff when I was younger. And as I've gotten older, it's not that I don't have any, because I definitely do. There's weird, I mean, some of it seems silly, like you hear like the dishes settling in the sink after you ask a question from the spirits, and you know, there's no reason for it. There's all kinds of things. But I mean, I've seen stuff like missing time. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff I can't explain that you know, it feels too much like bragging, but you know, stuff like where I have physically done things that other people couldn't do now, but that at the time, like reaching into a bonfire, grabbing all the hot embers out of the center of it and going, want a light for you, and not getting burned or hurt or anything. I've taken younger trees and cracked them over after being possessed, so like when you said the story about that person with the nail, I can completely go, there is a point where I'm skeptical because people lie and because there's a lot of bullshit out there. But on another level, I can sit there and go, but I'd be a hypocrite if I said I never saw it myself or did it myself. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen, mind you. I just have a hesitancy when someone says, well, I started floating up into the air, and maybe, you know, I didn't see it. You know, maybe you're not lying. So I hesitate. Maybe that's just my adult mind. When I was younger, I would just say, really? You know. Oh yeah, thank you, honey. I keep forgetting. Patchwork has been super chatting us, and I keep missing him. So Patrick said before, I think this was in reference to forget if it was like we were talking about like what's it like to talk to spirits. He says, I question what the spirits tell me. I like to test what is said to me, and so far they've been honest with me. And that's the thing, like I've noticed spirits don't lie to me, but sometimes they misdirect me, if that makes sense. I don't usually get lies though, at least not that I know of. Usually I'm lying to myself. Then he also said sex magic is hella powerful. Agreed, especially if you're if you're charging, I think is what he meant to say, charging a sigil for specific changes to be made in your life.
Yeah.
You know, and I would urge people to realize we're not talking about, yeah, your sperm can play a role. You can use that as a medium. You can charge things, but we're really talking about that energy,
right,
of that. And you don't have to come for that to happen. You can astrally come, if that makes sense. You don't have to actually go to squirt or whatever. If you're a guy, you can literally go to that edge, and then it becomes, it's not in your body. Like you can feel that orgasmic feeling, and it's not in your body. And it's not about the orgasm per se, as that energy is telling you that you have reached a point of your cup runneth over of energy at that point, is kind of what we're talking about. And in some traditions, that is the most important thing, like Egyptian magic, according to what people say now, with the ankh and how it continues the vibration. And they would hold that or put it on the end of a stick, or who knows, maybe put it on the end of their dick. I don't fucking know. But they would use that. You're wearing one, you know. They would use that in some form to resonate that energy into immortality. And they didn't. And this is where science, again, academia gets stupid. They'll say they thought they'd live forever if they did this. No, they thought that their spirits would maintain cohesion in the afterlife because of it eternally. All of that, not this. They even believed in reincarnation to a great degree. So they didn't mean that your body would live for 1 billion fucking years. They meant that your soul would have the energy to continue its journey and be immortal that way. And that is undeniable. Okay. That's undeniable. What do you think your gods are? Your gods are generally, they were once people, I'm convinced of this, that were overlaid on these concepts over time. And Patchy gave us another $2 spot. He said, but it's fun. Laugh my ass off. Okay, just be mindful that you're shooting your vital loosh all over the place, and we'll be I mean, we joke, but there is something to it. And I think that maybe to some degree, like the ancients maybe took it too far physically, but I think the reason they did that is because our animal instincts are so hardcore to just go that you need to have that stopgap that says, when you jerk off and you squirt, you're killing yourself. Like you need to have that, especially in a superstitious culture. But I think it's possible to not be like that. I don't think you have to take it that far. Personally, maybe I'll find out I'm wrong in a few years and be like, I'm 50 and I'm going to die because I went for a record and did it every day. But, okay. I was going to go to you now, Jabbar. Go ahead.
Anybody got any questions before I get into it? I was looking to see if there's any questions that the audience wanted to address.
Yeah, guys, I always do this, but we've been having so much fun. Like Maiden said, we've all been vibing. So like, the hell with the audience. We're just talking. If you guys have questions specifically for these two, and of course I'll chime in. This is my treat to them. I want them to have a good time tonight. They're new guests. But if you've got questions for any of us, but especially them, lay it on us, and don't just, don't just be like, oh, do you like the color blue or something? Ask them hard questions, guys. Really stump them a little bit. Ask them, don't just ask them like, what is the third page down on whatchamacallit? Ask them a deep question. Ask a radio like, what's your favorite method to do spells or something? Give them a shop question, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Good.
And I had more questions for both of you, but go ahead. It sounded like Jabbar, you wanted to say something. And I will say to the audience, make sure you either tag me or preferably put it in all caps, or of course super chat, and you'll get to the top of the line no matter what. So any of those things is good. And lay it on. So Jabbar, you seem like you had something you wanted to interject, so go right ahead.
Yeah, first I'm gonna say this real quick to all my family members and friends that are watching. Thank you guys for the support, checking us out tonight. Hello, love you.
Yeah, especially if there's any Iron Garden people watching. I should have said that earlier on. Like, what are we doing? Like, I'm new. I have an excuse. I'm new. I'm a new citizen.
You're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy it. Good.
I'm having a kick out of it so far. I mean, at first it was like, what is?
You know what? Let me say something real quick about the Iron Garden. Iron Garden is full of like-minded, a diverse community of like-minded people who come from all different diverse spiritualities, different mind frames of thinking, and we're all basically it's almost like a Freemasonry in a way. We come together in our little group, our little organization, our court, and we respect each other's opinion. We respect each other's path. And it's a safe haven and a way to make people of like mind, of the night kind, or people who may go to a little bit to the left or the right or whatever. But
yeah, there's nothing wrong with being right-hand path. I want to shove that in. There's nothing wrong with it. Just be legit. I'm not left either, per se. I'm a little bit of like whatever, but I love the left-hand path. But go on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the left-hand path in a minute, because there's a lot of philosophy in that. But go on.
Right. Exactly. And it's a way to make a safe space for everybody to enjoy, and don't have to be ridiculed or judged. You could be you. You could be yourself. That's Iron Garden. So
I will say Iron Garden, and if I can interject just as a personal quick note, the last couple of years, I fell into my shadows a lot because I got swept up by everything going on. And there is something going on. Anybody says, "Oh, it's no big deal." No, this is like Alex Jones shit coming true. I don't care which. You don't have to be right or left. Everyone can point and go, "These are all fucked up people," and it's coming to a head. Okay, and as like a spiritual warrior archetype, partially anyway, I want to fucking just I don't want to just sit here and let them destroy my culture, and I don't have faith in them to. Maybe there's a higher motive. Maybe they're part of the hidden masters and all this stuff, and they're going to save. I don't think so, but whatever.
Right.
So that fucked me up, and it got me divided in my own community. I'm sitting there like going, well, if you voted for this person, if you voted for that person, everybody fell into that. Most people did anyway. And Iron Garden, like when I first got invited by Madam X, my first thing was like, you do realize like I might piss off some people there because, my leanings on certain things. She's like, I don't think you will. I'm like, all right, I'm used to being judged lately. And when I came in there and, it's not just that those issues don't come up. It was that I got the feeling like so long as I didn't like judge, because I'm not a judgy person by nature, right, I wouldn't be judged. I can have my opinions and be different. I love most people. Your race, your sexuality doesn't offend me. It doesn't trigger me. I think all people, so long as it's consenting adults, I don't give a shit what you do. I think it's great. And I want you to be the best of whatever that archetype is, and just find your power. So I found out partially through Iron Garden that I had taken that poison pill, and I was getting divided against humanity. Yeah, I'm still pissed off, but I was realizing I'm coming at this not from love, but from hate. When you come from hate, that's the real dark side. It wasn't like I love this and I want to save this or work with it. It was all negative. And being there just those couple of times and being not just accepted and all that, but meeting people, I was like, whether these are my people or not, this isn't just a safe place for me to be. I'm healing right now because I didn't realize how traumatized I was.
Right. Yeah. Beautiful.
And so that's why I was like, this is a long trip for us, even though it's New York's not far, but it's still on bad traffic. It's 4 hours from where I am. If it's bad traffic,
Oh.
it's usually an hour if it's like late at night. If it's like middle of rush hour, it's 4 hours to get there. It's ridiculous. So I'm like, if I'm going to commit to this, I got to know it can't just be for business and it can't just be for pleasure. There's got to be a spiritual component and it's got to feel right. And it started to, especially the last couple of times. And it, look, the last time I missed the dinner because I was helping somebody with a reading and I didn't even get to sit in and get introduced. And I felt so bad. And it was like, but at the same time, I felt a warmth from everybody. And, you know, Iron Garden, I mean, look, I plan on eventually starting my own order or something in the nearish future. You know, I still have to hammer out what that means to me. But I feel like, at least so far, Iron Garden is exactly what I think we need, especially with the collapse of like the goth culture and all that stuff. I wouldn't say it's dead, but it's definitely gone more underground again than it used to be. There used to be clubs everywhere. Now you're lucky you find one in one city, you know? And to have something that still does this, but also puts this in it. So it's not just you go to hang out and dance, but you're actually trying to do this stuff. So my goal, if I stick with it in the long term, is to bring my own spiritual practices to the front there and sort of become, it sounds egoistic and I hate it, but I'm going to say it, sort of like a sagely figure in that group. And obviously you have Madam X. She knows her shit. I've listened to her talk. She's not just reading. She knows what she's talking. When she was reading the shadow stuff, I was like, oh, she knows. I don't have to tell. Okay, she knows. That's good. So, you know, and I was like, all right, I think I can work with this. And I don't feel that urge like I'm going to come in and take over like my Aries nature if you go with the tropical side. I don't feel like I got to take over. I feel like I can relax and let my sidereal Pisces happen and just relax and just be like, yeah, you want a reading? I can do a reading for you, you know, and just let it be what it, and it's been so helpful. And you guys immediately, like radio, when you said hi to me at the club and you didn't say like, you know, you didn't kiss my ass. You just said hello. And I felt like that shining, that whoosh, I felt that wave of like, I know you. And like, yeah, we're friends already, aren't we? How'd that happen? Like, that's how I felt inside. And Jabbar, similar. I was like, I don't know how I know, but they're together. I didn't see them together, but I know, guys. So, and then when you stepped, I'm like, okay. So, you know, I feel warm to you guys already. People in the stream probably already noticed I'm treating you guys different than I treat a lot of people because I feel a warmth for you guys already. And it's not just me. So anyway, Jabbar, I probably ruined your whole point. I probably
No. I look.
This is classic Thorne right here. I talk too much.
Perfect. That was perfect. No, I don't have a point. Okay, I'll just say this real quick because my most scariest experience wasn't a demigod sex orgy thing. I would have liked to got invited.
Aradia, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to send you all kinds of protection because he's met. No, I'm just kidding.
But I would have liked to join that, you know. But
I mean,
anyway,
at least, right? If you're going to do it, at least invite me, damn it. Not to watch either. I'm not taking the cuck chair. What's wrong with you?
But again, I'm the type of person that, you know, like you said, I'm a scientific. I wrestle with scientific and the esoteric, which I'm getting to the point where I believe that I'm like the ancient. I'm really trying to study the ancient man's mind so much that I want to get back to
that psychology is really important. It's so important. It's not just the details of what they said. You got to get in their head.
I want to be in their mind frame. Exactly. So I want to get to that point, like, because I do believe that they were way more ahead of, like, we're not going forward. We're going back. We're going forward to go back.
That's why I said that's by design. I'm telling you, I've seen, maybe it's just my unverified personal gnosis, but I'm telling you, my intuition's rarely wrong about this stuff. They don't want us. Now, does that mean 2,000 years ago they were right? I think they were more right. I think that the truest stuff was like Atlantis 12,000 years ago, and then we lost that. I don't know what it was. I'm aware of a lot of the conspiracy theories, and I'm sure some truth is in a lot of that. I'm reserving judgment, even with the alien involvement part. But I will say that it's starting to get like, watch Joe Rogan. I know that's not like the greatest source, but watch Joe Rogan and you have Bright Insight. You have, I can't think of their names off the top, but Randall Carlson, you got all these people. and they're like laying this stuff out. I'm like, okay, maybe they're not right, but they're asking questions that the orthodox can't answer. And this is becoming too obvious. It's just like Alex Jones all over again. It's just now it's not about, you know, FEMA camps and nonsense is probably not going to happen. It's about, was there a civilization that we're missing? I'm pretty sure there was. And were they scientifically advanced? Not in the way we are, but they probably had a different science, a different, maybe a spiritual science, maybe whatever, but it was sophisticated. They weren't just idiots trying to figure out how to grow crops. They were past that.
Right. Well, just like, I mean, and I'm gonna go get on my subject, but like what you're saying, I mean, just thinking about right now, like there's AI, which is growing like crazy. And there's a push to now hook our brains up to artificial intelligence to merge the two, like the singularity, you know, that's coming together. And this is going to be our new society. I'm talking about now, like the next year or 2 years to be able to hook up our consciousness to artificial intelligence, run robots, run technology, run computers. It's here already. It's already being done. The Tesla bot.
I think that they're 50 years more advanced than we know.
It's way more advanced. They're already doing it. And so you're like that. The whole world is feeling like you're saying. It's that opening. It's that merging. The age of Aquarius is it's
the outpouring of the He's dumping the water out. You know.
Right. But that's the real thing, and you're feeling it, and you're feeling it because it's actually happening, and it's about to affect you. It's about to affect us all more, like even more. Like it's about to go. It's already fast forward, but it's about to really fucking make our minds just really spin how fast it's going, and the new stuff that we're gonna have to like. There's no laws and stuff yet, because like imagine I'm reading your mind. I'm going to be able to read everybody's going to be able to read your mind, your job, your government.
Well, I got news for them. As a practitioner of Zen meditation, I can turn that off pretty easily. They're going to get a lot of nothing up there a lot of the time, unless they can read the parts that I have no idea about. But you're going to have to have privacy of your own thoughts. Like have to be new law. There's got to be new philosophy, new ways of because it's like everybody's going to be able to know what the person is thinking now. So, but and again, not to go too far in that, but. Then we're getting into the non-spiritual. We would still talk spiritual. We'd have to go onto a different server because a different thing than YouTube because they're going to shut us down.
Let me come back to spirituality now for my people out there. So my scariest experience, and again, I'm a person that I try to shut my mind off of stuff. Like I try to think in a scientific way most of the times, and I just be like, I don't want to see anything. So I just like how you said, hardcore, just ignore, shut down. So one day, I'm like I said, I'm into astronomy. I'm an amateur astronomer. So one day we gotta hang out with that, by the way. I invite both of you guys. If you're ever on Long Island, I got a very humble, messy home, but I invite you. We'll go and we'll sit in my school field and we'll do whatever substances and we'll look at whatever and we'll perfect. Hell yeah. Perfect. I miss seeing the stars, my friend. You have no idea. You can barely see them here now. That was one of my favorite things. My grandfather had built his own telescope, so I'm there with you. I'm with you. Nice. I'm not good at it, but I'm with you. I'll be like a little kid, like, tell me, Jabbar, what's that one? You know, I look forward to it. So one day, and I normally have a telescope and I look at stuff, but one day I'm just standing in like a parking lot, and I just happen to look at the full moon. I'm just standing there, just a normal like night, and I just, it's a full moon, so I look up at it and I'm, it's pretty, nice glowing full moon. And in the second that I did this, and it's weird, this is probably one of the most like scariest or like, I can't say scary, it was the most, I can't explain it. Like, so like it, to this day, I still think about, I'm like, what the fuck happened? So I'm standing there and I just stare at the full moon. And then all of a sudden, it felt like something came from the full moon into my body, pulled my fucking soul out of my body, and pulled me on the moon. And I'm literally standing there looking. I'm standing on the moon. for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking around at the fucking surface of the moon. And then all of a sudden, my soul got like jammed back into my body. And literally, it took me like a minute or 2 minutes to fucking realize who I was or where I was. Like, I didn't understand that I was even on Earth for like 3 minutes. Like, I literally was like, it took me a while to realize that I was a human. Like, I had to literally do a Cartesian philosophy just to get myself back to the regular state of mind, because I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, literally, I cannot explain to you, but it's like literally the moon or whatever it was grabbed me, pulled me to the moon. I was on the moon. And then it came back into my body. And then I found myself back on Earth, just staring back at the moon again. To this day, I can't explain. So I just call it in my word, an out-of-body experience.
Sure. I'm gonna tell you, like, not too long ago, one of my great awakenings was in, I guess, 2016-ish or 20, somewhere on that. I was listening to Alan Watts. I told this story a million times. I was at work at the nursery. It's a tree nursery, not a baby nursery. And I was watering a bush, listening to Alan Watts, who, if anything, if I was going to say I had any teacher, that would be the closest I could come. So I'm listening to Alan Watts. He's like my digital force ghost Jedi master. That's like, I'm listening to, I'm not doing it because I'm trying to achieve anything. I had no idea what enlightenment was. I didn't care. I was hardcore skeptic at the time. I didn't believe any of the spooky woo shit. Even though I had a history of it, I had rejected all that and gone hardcore science for a while. But I engaged with Zen shit because I figured it's a safe philosophy because it can be secularized. It doesn't have to be about woo shit. And so I was listening to him, just interested in the philosophy he's talking about, and a lot of things were resonating, and something he said caused what I think of as a rational cascade failure, where all of the delusions of material mortality that I believed in were suddenly suspect. And I started just click, 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 click. They stopped making sense. It was like, I realized that the oxygen in my lungs is produced by the trees 100 like yards away. And that in effect, those trees are like part of my lungs. And that was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. I said, how can I say I'm separate from anything and as soon as I had that realization, I did a similar thing, whereas I suddenly saw myself from outside as if I'm looking at myself from 1,000 different vantage points. And I started, that presence just floated higher and higher, almost like a video game where I'm floating higher and higher. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? At the same time, I was fully aware of what I was doing. And there was no feeling of this is me. There's no feeling of this is not me. It was just, that's D.H. Thorne, and I am not specifically that, but that is a part of me. And so is all of this, and I just floated away and up, and I started going higher, and I reached what I could only describe as felt like the edge of the planet, the atmosphere. And I had this feeling like, but what about your kid? What about your wife? What about your family? Don't you want to see what happens? And I was like, okay, I guess I'm not ready to just leave. You know? and at that, when I came back from that, it was maybe 30 seconds to a minute tops.
Right.
I'm still watering the bushes, but I'm crying and laughing hysterically at that point. And just like you, I had to take a minute to go, okay, I am this, but I'm not this, but I am, but I'm not. And like this whole, maybe not quite as bad as you had it, but a similar dissociation happened. And you can ask my wife, she'll around that time is when something clicked and I acted like a different person a little bit. Now, I will tell you, while you were telling me that story, I had like an intuitive hit that sort of maybe clarified some things for me. Now, when you are having this astral projected kind of experience, whatever that is, you have to remember that it wasn't that you left where you're at, because the whole idea of time and space and distance, this is an illusion of mortality. It's all timeless, spaceless, eternity, the self.
Right. They even say it in science. Exactly.
Right. Exactly. So then what this means is when you have this experience of standing on the moon or whatever, your soul, what this means is your ka, your ba, both, whatever, your essence, okay, your mental essence of yourself, your mental picture of yourself, your avatar, if you will, like a dream avatar.
Right.
You transpose that and you have a vision of it from a place there. Now, we don't know. Maybe you did go there and you saw something, and if a spaceship landed, you could say it's over there, and maybe you had a legitimate like remote viewing. But we have to remember it's always resonant through your own lens. So, but it is such a powerful experience. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not so much that you went somewhere, it's that somewhere, like they say, the mountains came to Muhammad. You ever wonder what they meant by that? Right. It's so Muhammad, the enlightened one of that tradition, that their enlightened master. Sorry, I'm playing with my Velcro. The enlightened master of their tradition realized, I don't go anywhere. Everywhere comes to me.
Right, exactly.
You know, and so I don't want to speak for Islam because that can get you in hot water, but maybe we'll go from like the Sufi perspective, which will probably agree more with what I'm saying. So from that perspective, you know, and so that's kind of what it feels like you're saying to me is like, you didn't leave yourself. You stopped believing that that was you, and you, in that non-attached state, I guess, your self is able to more easily visit other things. And I know this because in my own meditations, especially when I use a little assistance or whatever, it's easy to disobjectify. And when you disobjectify, you can see almost anything you want to see. Right. Almost anything beyond your imagination. Things you can't imagine will just appear to you. So yeah. All right, we got some other comments. Let me just run through. Let's see.
It's like thoughts peopling, not people having thoughts.
Yes, like thoughts peopling. Yes, that sounds like an Alan Watts quote, if not exactly close enough. Yes, the universe peoples. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, Riley says, Jabbar, love you, Pops. Aradia, love you, beautiful queen. DH Thorne, you're fun.
Oh, hey, my daughter. My daughter, love you too.
Oh, that's your daughter. Hi, daughter. Let's see. Mello said, truly authentic people. They said, I think DH has already been hooked up. I'm not sure what. Oh, I guess he means to the. I think it's a female. Mello said, already been hooked up. I guess they mean to the AI. His brain. Wow, what is your IQ? It's like listening to audiobook. I mean, full disclosure, my IQ is, last I had it checked, they told me it was somewhere between 135 and 145. So either, you know.
Yeah, DH is already hooked up to that artificial.
I don't feel. I think that the problem is people confuse information for intelligence, and intelligence is a terrible measure of wisdom. So I prefer wisdom over intelligence. I brag about my IQ occasionally, but it's like I am not that informed. I got to tell you guys, I struggle to be informed because I guess with ADHD or whatever, I don't do a good job reading books. A lot of things I watch YouTube for, and even that, most of what I get is like I say, it's download nature. It's not, it's a lot less of it is like just now when we were talking, I had that intuitive hit, talk about this. It's not that I go, well, in this book on this line, or A plus B equals, it's more like boing, and I just suddenly know something. You know,
do you believe in the Akashic records? Like to use a theosophy term?
I will say that as, like I said, with the Holy Guardian Angel.
Yeah,
yes, maybe not in specific what they say, but in principle, the reason I believe in this, it's not a matter of belief, okay? It's more a matter of, so I don't like the word belief. I do use it with some things because some things all you can do is believe or disbelieve. But I actually do prefer, you know, gnosis to belief, because I feel like there is a way to truly know versus think you know or believe. But to put it in a more modern frame of thinking, I refer everyone to this thing called the block time multiverse theory or hypothesis.
Okay.
This is the more modern incarnation of that old idea, and I do think it's true. My experiences in transcendental meditation and such, I have, when I say, like you say, when I say I've gone places, what I'm saying is consciousness has centered in places that cannot be. I have. There has been the experience of other worlds during these things that I cannot explain, that I struggle to talk about, and I refrain from talking about because I don't want it to become about that. I think that those things are important to you, but people will get all like, how do I get to that place? And it's like, it's not about that place. It's about the fact you can. because there is no one place. It's an infinite, and maybe the word infinite isn't fair. It's boundless. There is no word to describe the potentiality of the divine.
Right.
When they say all things are possible in God, they don't just mean like I can walk on water. They mean it's not just this world. It's not just this universe. It's all everything.
Right.
And that's a little terrifying when you approach it from an ego position, because you're like, wait a minute, I'm that eternal, I'm that big. That's a little scary, because that means there's a cajillion billion versions of me living this exact life that I'm living through right now, not just this one. I don't want to do that. So the Akashic records, or we'll say the pleroma, which I think is maybe a better word for it.
Oh, nice.
Or the, which I think is the same thing, or, the astral realm, or whatever word you like, the block time multiverse. I have no doubt that it is, language is a problem here, because if I say I have no doubt that that's true, that means as if I'm ascribing all of that as truth. What I'm saying is in that direction is the truth.
Right.
What people say about it is not true, but in that direction lies the truth. I refer people to Max Tegmark, which if you're a sciencey nerd, you know who Max Tegmark is. He's one of the first people he's not the first person. The multiverse theory is ancient as hell. Even in science, it's old as hell. But Max Tegmark came up with 4 different types of multiverse. Number 1, I think, is a given, because they've determined that the universe is probably either infinite or so big that things repeat eventually.
Right.
So type 1 is almost a definite. Type 3 is almost a definite, because that's the many worlds interpretation of quantum, fluctuation. Right. And type 4 is the laws of nature as we know them may not be a constant, nor may they be the same everywhere. So you could have somewhere in the multiverse a universe where gravity works in reverse or whatever, assuming we even know what gravity is, which we don't. We don't know what gravity is. We just know what it does. We have no idea what it is. And we don't even know if it's doing it. Okay, we just know that there's a phenomenon where shit falls. That's all we know.
Right.
And Einstein has already proven that shit don't fall; things fly up to hit each other. It's pretty fun. So, So this whole thing of the Akashic record, to me, screams what the ancients already knew, but they didn't have the modern scientific perspective that says, they thought that there was a solar system with a Milky Way, and they didn't know the Milky Way was anything. They just thought it was a spattering of dots, right? That's why I say astrology is just the science of sky dots in a lot of ways. So you have people, in ancient times going, when that happens, this happens. And so they draw their conclusions, and they realize that, well, I see infinite blackness out there. It's probably pretty big, And I remind people, as an astronomer, this, we've only known that there was more than the Milky Way for maybe 80 years? I forget the exact number.
Right. Exactly.
And you had brought up earlier, heliocentric versus geocentric. We're not even that, man. In a way, the ancients were right, because no matter where you are in the universe, you're in the middle of it.
Exactly. Right. Yeah,
so in a matter of speaking, the Earth is the center of the universe as far as we are concerned. It is.
As far as we're concerned, right? Because that's our vantage point. Now you're right.
So it's really wild, and they don't like hearing that. When you point that out to a modern, they say no, we don't. They're still mad at Christians for burning them at stakes for hundreds of years.
But as science develops, again, they're starting to go forward to go backwards. They're starting to become more modern physics nowadays is starting to sound very, very esoteric.
Look at the Big Bang. If that's not the monad emanating all the aeons of all that, it is. It just is. It's the same thing. It's just the material reflection of it. Now, again, I will say that academia, Orthodox academia, is a religion. They have their own hidden knowledge in there they don't talk about. So I think that there are people, I quote Carl Sagan all the time, because I suspect that he was more than just a scientist. He was very against religion. So am I. Does that mean I'm suddenly an atheist? No, I mean, I'm atheistic in the sense that I don't agree with a religious version of things, but I'm not an atheist per se. If you listen to his philosophy, that motherfucker was definitely mystical in his mind, whether he knew it or not. I think he did know it. And I think that there is, look, maybe they're all at Bohemian Grove dancing around naked, sacrificing ducks to, you know, Minerva or whatever, but they know,
Moloch, right? Moloch.
they know something, right? Maybe they're Masons. I don't know, but they know something. Okay. And now I don't even want to say the word because I'll get demonetized, but P. Heiser will say, P. Heiser, you know, does the corporate entity P. Heiser know? No, they don't know. Does the guy who owns that at the, you know, at the long end of a paper trail, behind the people who on paper own it, the person who really owns it, the people who own the people who own it, do they know? Right. They know. They look, JP Morgan, who fucked Tesla over in the ass, he knows. He was the one who pointed out there are, you know, millionaires don't believe in astrology, billionaires do.
Right.
So he knew. All right. These are the hidden masters I talk about. They have not stopped in their machinations. It's all the same people doing the same things. But whatever is going on right now, there's only three ways to look at it. The good guys win, the bad guys win, or they're both part of an act that's part of a crucible to bring us into the next age. Right. I like that one, but I still got to play my role as, you know, Lucifer, as the cosmic rebel, and say, fuck your establishment, I'm going to fight it. I still got to do that. But there's a part of me that trusts it anyway and goes, even if they wipe us all out and put us in the camps and kill us all, who cares? Like, whatever. I'll be mad when it happens. Oh, DK gave us another super chat. He said, came in here just in time to hear about DH hooking up. I mean, that's kind of hot. Hello to you, beautiful, magical meat flesh skeletons, he says. Thank you, DK. Appreciate that, brother. All right.
All right.
Okay. I'm good. Do you have another thing to say, or you want me to pose another question to you guys?
No, I'm good. Any questions, sir, for radio?
This is for both of you guys, but I'm going to start with the radio because what was your biggest mistake in magic thus far? Like what shadows have you had to integrate? Like what mistakes have you made that you now realize like, oh, I did this wrong, or oh, maybe I was following this path wrong, or maybe I did a spell and it backfired on me or something.
I can answer this one very quickly because
was it talking about the orgy in front of Jabbar? Because that would be a pretty funny
mistake number one. No.
She's like, no, that's at the end of a long list. That's not
No, but it's something. I call it my Achilles heel. It's always happening, but I catch it. I'm aware of it now. When I get into something and whatever, you know, maybe deity I'm working with, or whatever current I'm in at that time, I go hard. I'm all in it. I don't see anything else.
You know, obsessive.
I get upset. Yes.
Like zealotry. Like I can get like that too. Like Lucifer is the only one I'll work with, but the problem with that is Lucifer doesn't do much. He's more of a go over that way and look that way type of deity. He's not. He's not a, I'm going to get you a car deity. He's more like, if you really want a car, ask yourself why, stupid. You know, he don't give things. He tells you why you want them. You know.
Yeah. So I have to. Thankfully, I'm aware of that now. But when I find myself going in too deep, I stop and shift and, you know, take another direction so that I can, you know, mix things up. But I find myself, you know, doing that quite a bit.
And that's it's good and bad. Like, it's really good to have a drive for a while. But like, I get like that. Like I recently made a video talking about like becoming like a, I guess a fanatic or whatever, about an ideologue about non-dualism, where it's like, I didn't like looking outside of Advaita because to me, that's like a very easy, when I say easy, it's not easy, but it's not very left-brained. It's more holistic. And so I liked it. And so I saw everything through that lens, but then I started getting into Neoplatonism, which I don't agree with every tenant of, by the way, but, the principles I agree with, but the way it's interpreted, I think is what I'm saying. I'd probably agree with Plotinus if I sat down and talked to him, but I don't know if I agree with the way it's interpreted today, because the words that are translated, we're talking about, you know, 1200 plus years ago, a lot is lost in translation. And the Enneads were just like, that wasn't his whole philosophy. That was just some dialogues he had on certain subjects that we extrapolate this Neoplatonic concept out of. So
Yeah.
I can get stuck in this. My own thing is because I try to stay grounded, I have a bad habit, and I know when it's happening because I'll feel a depression or an apathy or a nihilism hit me. And I can get too grounded and go, well, that can't be real because, you know, science says this or something. And I get a little depressive because it's like, I want to have my cake and eat it too. And so I can get a little bit hung up, but at the same time, I can go the other way too far sometimes, you know. Like one of the things I try to teach people is, unfortunately, I guess it should be an esoteric teaching, because when I tell it to people, they don't understand. They get angry. I'll tell people, you don't cause anything to happen. Everything is happening, but it's not happening. It's happening for the same reason that the story happens when you read a book. So it's not that the world is changing. It's that your view of it's changing, and it looks like it's moving for that reason. Sort of like when you're riding in a car, it can look like the world's going by, but it's really you that's moving. In the same sense, Einstein spoke of the observer as that which is, you have to go by the observer. So when something falls, it's not that they're falling, it's that to the observer, the earth is rushing up to hit them. In the same sense, what is this observer we keep talking about? Consciousness, obviously. It's not a particle, it's not a body, it's consciousness that is the observer, clearly. So that's what's actually moving or having things move through it. And so this means that when you do magic, you're not causing something to happen. So trying to explain this to people who are stuck in this magic as a tool, primitive mentality, which is like a starting level, they hear that and go, you're saying magic isn't real. You're saying it's just LARPing or something. I'm like, I can see why you think I'm saying that, because they'll argue with me, but that's not what I'm saying. And I've had people try to argue and say, I know it's real because I saw this happen. And it's like, I'm not saying you didn't see that happening. I'm saying your sense of cause and effect is misplaced. That's all I'm saying. You still do the ritual and you still hope for something, but don't lust. Why do you think Crowley said don't lust for the results? Was it really just because you won't get them? No, it's because when you lust for the results, there's a lot of layers to that answer. It's not what you think. So.
Right. I guess you get so deep and philosophical for the people. They're like, they're like, you know what? But that's, and again, just to make a quick point, that's why their initiation levels, like you start out small, like, and then you go.
That's why you got to give credit to the Masons with all those layers, because you gotta integrate all the. Some people can be told, and it might click for them, but most people don't. Most people, they got to be shown. Slowly, got to be shown somehow.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Slowly taught and spoon fed or whatever. Not use bad words.
Directed, but guided. Yeah.
Guided. Right. So, I would say. For me, mistake, the biggest one I've made in my life is, to this point, is I actually would, and that's my granddaughter right there. We probably keeping her up.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. It's good. It's all good.
School will understand.
It is not... Like, I see some things that I can't explain, and not making them manifest. Not like, so, okay, I see a lot of things that are not, I'm not gonna say not here, but okay, like an inventor, like a person who can pull something from just out of nowhere. So like all my life, right, exactly. Like, and shutting my mind down from these things is the biggest mistake that I have made. I know that I'm supposed to. They're showing themselves to me for a certain reason, and I'm supposed to make them manifest. Mm-hmm. Me, that's why I was the person to see it. That's why it's a reason
your
why
scientific rationalism got in the way. Am I interpreting this a little bit too much, or is that?
No, that's perfect. I would say the scientific rationalism, but even more, even before I became a little bit more logical and scientific and rational, it just fear. It would be different things that, or like you said, like you go down the path, like, or you think you're crazy, or it would be multiple reasons why I would just. I would be like, oh, I'm not gonna, I'm even though I'm seeing it, it is overwhelming me and it's calling me and it's pulling me, and it's like, you got to connect with me and you have to make this manifest in this reality. I would just run away. I've been running away from it for a long time. Like, no. But that is probably the biggest mistake that I'm as of this year, that I'm going to stop doing. And I'm going to slowly but surely start to bring those things that I see into this reality.
Let's take a seed from Bible wisdom. I know we shit on Christianity for a reason. I shit on the religion, not the core that inspired the religion.
Yeah,
okay?
no, it's right.
The core that inspired that religion, I mean Judeo-Abrahamic, that is just another telling of the same truth that everybody tells. It's just been turned into a dumpster fucking fire. I don't mean to, you get in a lot of trouble when you criticize certain people, so I'm going to be careful here. You can criticize one group and not the other ones at all. So I'm just going to leave it at that. The core of it is not completely wrong. It's just been twisted into a deistic worship me thing for the masses. Okay. The esoteric side is no worse, no better. It's another telling. It's like the four people in the elephant, the four blind people in the elephant. Everybody's trying to describe this thing that we have no words for, and that's their version of it. And it's not all wrong. Okay. Just the religious side is, but the seed from that I want to impart is, even on this journey, because this is what came to my mind when you were telling this that you're on, is yes, you should obviously relax, let these things flow through you and happen. But at the same time, don't be afraid to test the spirits when they arrive, because you can end up with your head so far in the clouds, believing whatever you're coming up with. You can also, like I said before, you can be too materialistic or too spiritual, and either one, you're not realizing that the truth is in the middle. And
right.
Those two things are the reflection of the truth. So a saying I used to have was, modern man really takes a shit on imagination. We always put the word just imagination before imagination. You notice that? It was just your imagination.
Yeah.
Well, motherfucker, whether you believe it was aliens or people in Egypt or whatever, imagination happened before the pyramids. Okay. This is why the ancients understood that the ideal, that's why they thought that the ideal was above and the material was below, because they realized that ideas came here and then they manifested in here,
right?
Or we overlaid them here. So to take a shit on your imagination is one of the most immature spiritually things you can do.
Right.
While you're incarnate, you've got to respect the incarnation, but you can't just go, it's all your imagination, because then pyramids don't get built.
Right. Perfect. Well said.
DK said he has a question for you guys. He says, what things would you tell baby witches, beginners, to beware of, i.e. red flags? I'm going to go with you guys first. I mean, I could lay out a million of them, but I'm just going to.
Yeah, there's a million. I would first say, don't listen to everybody.
Even us.
No.
I'll be right back.
Take what resonates with you and work with that, because we all have our own path. So don't do the research, do the work, do the research. Don't go for the book that everybody is saying this is the book to go for. Do your own research, do what calls to you. Then you'll find your path that way. Because I know a lot of times I was looking, as we were talking about earlier, I was looking for the guru. I was always looking for the guru to help guide me. But the whole time I'm doing this, I'm on the side doing the work, and, it's coming from within. So save yourself all the years that I did trying to find a guru and
trying to follow.
Just right.
Because who decided that you should follow those people? Like, that's why I say the guru is always inside you, because it's your inner guru is the discernment, right? That word discernment is so important. And your inner guru decides what is right or not. And you got to listen to that, whether it's your higher guardian angel or just your inner voice. So yeah, right. I agree.
I found myself ignoring that because I thought to myself, well, I'm new at this. I don't, I'm not going to listen to what's inside of me, what the voices are telling me. I'm going to listen to what this person is saying,
And we're
because
taught
they
that by our civilization. Our civilization tells us to do that. They tell us to ignore your imagination, ignore your inner world. That's wrong. It's the outer world that's true. And it's like, well, that's not true at all, because that's manifesting in my internal world. So, you know, so what about red flags? Like, is there a red flag that you would say to watch out for?
If you are looking to like join a covenant or something like that, really pay attention to that leader. Yeah, because it may really, it may look pretty on the outside, but really do your due diligence and find out what it's all about, because sometimes you find a lot of leaders saying, I'm going to build my own thing because nobody listened to me over here. I'm going to do my own thing. Right. So I would say really do your homework if you are looking to join a covenant, and pay attention to
make sure it's not a cult where it's all leading to that pinnacle, where they're riding everybody. Yeah. I think that's why a lot of people are solitary, because I mean, my experience with that kind of stuff, it's one of the reasons why I hesitate to start one too, even if I have the right intentions, because once upon a time I did run a thing like that, and it all ended up becoming toxic for me because I let my shadows run it. And, one of the worst things, like, I prefer the word society to cult or even order, and societies need administration, not rulers. And that's why I'm hesitating in my own thing. So but I also want to make sure that whatever I do has a foundation that is shared. Like, it can't just be 100 billion people coming from different directions with their own beliefs and arguing about it, although that's fine for some groups. I'd rather it be more like, this is like, we all have a similar foundation, Yeah. But I agree with you. Like the leaders, everyone that I've run, I'm not saying there's none that are okay, but I'm saying everyone that I've personally run into that I've either been invited or heard about, Iron Garden aside, if you want to call that a covenant, it's not, but I mean, if you want to call it something like that, I've run into a lot of people that, the leader will tell you what to do, and they'll be like, oh, they have all this drama with people and you got to go curse them with them. And it gets to be it just becomes Mean Girls, but with magic. And it's just, it's gross. Like, a coven or a society or an order, the goal should be not for one person to run it. It should be for everyone to mutual benefit for all. Right? It's a confederacy type of thing. We're all trying to help each other, but we're not the same thing. We have our own thing. So yeah, I agree with that red flag. That's a big one. That's a really scary one. And you see that a lot online. Another
red flag with that is if you find yourself, being a part of something, a coven, or, really pay attention to whether or not that leader or whoever the heads is allowing you to be free, a little freer in your thinking, and not just
a religion.
This is our religion. Way. This is our way, and that's right. That is a big red flag for me.
Yeah, I think I agree with all of that. I agree with all that. All right. Unless you have more, Jabbar, what's your answer to that question? What things would you tell a baby witch, especially beginners, and what should they be aware of, like red flags?
I would say, and again, this is an overarching theme of everything that I believe in all areas of my life, whether it's the scientific area, academic area.
A little bit. Hold on. Yeah. You know what I'm noticing? I am noticing when I say something, it clears up. So if you hear me like clearing my throat or talking, Especially if I just go like or something, just keep going.
I got you.
I think there's something going on with your noise suppression or something. I don't know. I'd have to come over there and snoop on your computer to see if I can figure it out.
But I would say definitely study the ancients, like even the word itself, witch. That's a umbrella term that just recently manifest. Like it goes to the 17th century with them calling with King James and them.
I mean, you had magi, you had sage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like
seer,
right. Yeah. The sage, the oracle, I mean, it's many words throughout history and terms that denote what it is that you're really doing.
Yep.
That you're really studying, and I'm not even going to say it's a derogatory term, but in a way, to me, it is bringing it down, the science down, by calling yourself a witch, even in this modern day, because it's something greater. You're a seer. Call yourself the Tempest.
Not the Witch of Dark Light.
No, the Tempestari. You control the weather. You control the planet. You control nature. You have to think of yourself as more than a derogatory term that that these people in the church made up to try to downgrade you, calling you a witch. So study history.
Yep.
Study history of witchcraft. Learn who you are, what it really means to be considered and call yourself this sage, this Magnus, this magistrate, this thing that you.
And if you are going to call yourself a witch, really learn to understand what led to that idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Like be worthy of even that.
Right. The powerful dark forces that you have the ability to be able to control.
And let's be honest, when we say dark forces, we don't mean evil. We just mean they're hard to see.
Right. The deeper mystery.
Right. It's like the darkness of the abyss. It doesn't mean it's evil. It just means that's the undercurrents of reality. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's for the baby witches out there. Steady.
So what about a red flag? What is a red flag you would warn people of? If any. I mean, you might not have one in mind, but if you got one.
No, I do. I would say, again, like she said, I would agree with her and you. If anybody's telling you that you shouldn't expand your mind, or you shouldn't learn this or learn that, you only stay stuck with just the one thing that I'm telling you, it's a fucking red flag like a motherfucker. You should. Nobody should be telling you or limiting you to anything. They should be telling you to expand yourself as far as possible that you want to go, and they should not have a problem with that. If they do,
I would have one caveat though. Like as a parent raising a kid, there's a stage in a person's development where they do have to be like put blinders on just for a little bit so they can learn the thing. But that really only applies in a teacher-student scenario.
Right.
So like if you're listening to me, I always say don't trust me. Like I trust me, but don't you trust me.
Right.
I'm not lying, but you got to figure that out. So if I was your teacher though, I would be like, focus on this for now, just to get a foundation under you. But that's what I mean by a caveat. That's like a specific circumstance. If you do find a mentor, which good luck. If you do find a good mentor and it's outside of a real established order, and even those, because there's lodges that suck, in everything. Okay. People think Freemasonry is like this one. No, there's like a whole bunch of independent lodges now. Not all of them know the true. And like I told you guys, my great-great-grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason, Shriner, the whole works, one of the richest men on earth at the time. Do I trust him? Probably not. I don't know what he knew, you know.
Wow.
But it's, I'm just saying, I don't know. I'd have to meet the guy. So you don't, yeah. So the red flag that's a great red flag. It's a big one, you know. And even when we're saying that, don't just take our word for it. Go find some asshole that wants you to believe this stuff and see what happens.
Well, that's a part of it. Like, don't take my word for it.
That's the whole point, right?
If I say it, go study that and then find out your own information. Like test me and see if I'm saying the right thing or not. You know, that's a big red flag, I would say.
Yeah.
For the big. Yeah.
You know, Prometheus, the thing about Prometheus, they think it's that he came and stole fire from the gods and gave it to us. You have to understand that that's not enough to just hand somebody a burning stick. You got to be like, now here's how you make it. And to do that, you got to let them play with the fire. You got to let them to fuck around and find out. Otherwise, it's just a stick to them with light on the end of it. So, all right, I'm going to answer the question a little bit. I'm going to especially resonate with what Jabbar said, but I'm going to take it a little different way of saying it. Is obviously when you're first starting out, you don't know what's true and what works. So you're going to just grab and dabble and all that shit. The definition of a dabbler to me is someone who's doing magic, not for the higher purpose of whatever. It's to like get a new car or something, or cause it's spooky and fun. But we all got to start somewhere. So if you're a dabbler, don't like hate on yourself. Like they always say, don't be what is really meant by not being a dabbler means you have to come at it from a learned perspective, meaning you have to have a philosophical, metaphysical underpinning. Even if it's a wrong one, you got to start somewhere and then expand that. So what Jabbar just said is exactly what I'm saying. I would say find metaphysical philosophies that resonate with magical practices. You can go for Hermeticism, which is, it is both one of the easier ones to start with, but it's also only easy because it's read so simply. It's actually deep as fuck if you read between the lines, especially with later philosophers like Plotinus and all that. It goes from just Hermetic principles of like, yeah, it sounds good, but there's a deep layer there. And it's ancient as all hell. It goes back probably to before Egypt, probably even.
Right.
But then you got to study Gnosticism, Platonism, Neoplatonism, and do not ignore the Orient at your peril, because they have the most, we'll say, living version of this compared to the West. Because the West abandoned it or went underground. The East, they kept it going as mainstream for so long. But that's one of the dangers of the East, is that the charlatans and the religions did their job there. So you do have religiosity even in their higher mysticism over there. So you go to India and you say, I'm God, oh my God. They go, oh, you just found out? Like that's an Alan Watts thing. But it's like the little kids, like they know already, or at least they've been told anyhow. They may not know it, but they've been told. It's not a shock to hear it. You tell somebody in Sunday school, we're all God, they're liable to hit you with their Bible and spit it. So the Western system is very much left-brained, and the Eastern tradition is very much more intuitive in nature. But both are practical as hell. The problem with the Eastern tradition is the symbolism doesn't work for most Western people, because I got to be honest, when I look at the pictures of the deities of India, I can see exactly how they're a mirror of all the Hellenistic and all the other. They're the same guys. They're just their version of it. I mean, Shiva is Poseidon, guys. It's the same. Indra is Zeus. All these guys are the same. and girls, they're all the same. It's just, I don't resonate with their symbolism. So I go, elephant-headed guy? What is that? You know?
Right.
Oh, Ganesha isn't really an elephant, though. It's something that looked like an elephant. It's some other. It's called a Ghana. What's a Ghana? And it doesn't click, right? But then they say, well, Lucifer, like Prometheus, stole the fire of God and offered it to man. And it's really, Lucifer is Jesus incarnate and all. It's like, whoa, holy shit. That symbolism hits harder. Same thing with the Book of Enoch. Same thing with Sumeria and Egypt, because that's all what led. And I hate to do this because this is where it gets a little scary for people, but you have to look into the whole Aryan stuff, because that's Proto-Indo-European, and a lot of us Aryans don't mean white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. It just meant a group of people from a culture, the Aryans. And Aries, the god Aries, the deity, the essence, the Aryan age, okay, is what a lot of this comes from, believe it or not. And so you do have to, I'm going to say it, but I'm going to regret it because people are going to misinterpret it. You got to look at even the Nazi stuff. You got to look into what they found out. Not because you're going to be a Nazi.
Language.
I have to be careful because I'm on YouTube. People are going to misinterpret. There's people who are going to be like, Thorne's a Nazi. No, I used to beat up Nazis actually when I was growing up. I'm not a Nazi, but I am not controlled by my shadows. If I go, that's gross, I might go, all right, but I got to look anyway. You know?
No, some of the philosophy, the Thule Society was very, very, they were coming from that. They were coming from that Aryan tradition, that India and the East.
Exactly. It wasn't white people per se, although white people are one of the whatever that is. I don't even know if that matters anymore. But that whole idea, when we follow this bloodline, these ancestries, we see that everybody's got something, and that is one of them that is still with us that we can access because there were people that said this matters, and so they kept it. Sort of like Egyptian lore. It's very similar, sort of like Hellenistic lore, and we ignored it at our peril. There's a missing ingredient there, which is why I think Nordic stuff is making such a big comeback, because that spiritual essence is saying, you forgot that Europeans have a tribal, native, naturalistic, primal thing too, guys. Don't forget this. You're not just Greeks. You're not just Romans. You're not just people who like Egypt. You have your own connection to nature, just like Celts, people from Africa.
Celts, Druids, exactly.
Bingo, right. And it's not just the Celts and the Druids, it's also Icelandia and North. So there's so much that people are ignoring at their peril. So I would tell you, just like Jabbar just said, ignore nothing and spend your life exploring. Someday I'll start reading the Picatrix again. I'll really look at it. Someday I'll look at Abramella again. But have it in your mind, like that's on your bucket list to someday explore. Don't just fall into Wicca or Hermeticism or Chemitism or any of these things and stay there. Use that as a stepping stone to find your divine truth that you are. And then once you reach that, you can look down and be like, they were right. They said that in a way I don't like, but they're not wrong. And it all starts to fit. And at that point, you kind of, it's not apathy, but it is kind of like a, fuck, that's a lot, you know? So the red flag, I'm just going to repeat, beware of spiritual leaders, even the people that are okay. Like me, I may not have the intention or motive to pull you into some, Ponzi scheme cult where you enrich me and empower me. But even if I don't have that intention, there's two ways it could still happen. It could be unintentional. It's just part of a side effect of my personality. Or B, it could be you in search of a master who just submits to me and puts me on a pedestal. So don't do that. Like, I hate when people put me on a pedestal. Look at me and be willing to love me faults and all, but don't ignore my faults, and my faults is, whatever.
Wow. That's
a
hot, that right there, brother, what you just said.
What?
Is the essence of nirvana. Like you have reached the pinnacle.
All right, I don't know about that.
By you, look, by you, no, I got you. But that was beautiful because it's like you're humbly, ego death.
I hate fucking humble. I hate humility. Because when Western culture speaks of humility, they mean they want you to feel like shit. And I hate that. I want you to love yourself. Yeah. But I want you to love yourself so much that you can look at your flaws and not hate them.
Right. Oh,
otherwise, how can you face them? You have to be able to go, I'm a fat fuck, and that's okay, but I'm going to try to lose weight because it's the right thing to do. I talk too much, so I'm going to accuse myself of it and make fun of it, but I'm not going to hate myself for it. I'm going to be proud that I'm a talkative bastard. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I don't like humility because humility is misused these days. True humility is not humility, it's just sincerity.
Right. That's a good word. Awesome. Any other questions, people out there?
Yeah, we got more super chatting things. DK says again, can you give examples of both high and low magic successes and the paradigm you viewed or used at the time and what you learn from it. So this is an expensive question. That's a lot of stuff in that question, because that could be a live stream all its own.
Oh my God.
But you know, the whole idea of examples of high and low magic, that's going to depend on your categorical system that you believe in. There is one that everybody says, but there's also your own way of looking at it. You know, like for me, high magic is theurgy, low magic is thaumaturgy. To me, high magic is becoming, or not becoming, high magic is removing the distortions that prevent you from realizing your non-dual unity with all things. So you practice theurgy to integrate that into your everyday life, not just those moments of deep gnosis. So you do rituals where you bring in the elements and you join with the gods and all this good shit. Low magic is when you want something. I need a car, I need this and that. Low magic means you are working with like tools rather than becoming. And you should do both. You should do both. Not because you want things, but because one of the greatest lessons in theurgy is to practice thaumaturgy. Because when you're practicing thaumaturgy, you are essentially taking your ego, which says, I want something, and you're comparing it to your truest divine will, which is what actually manifests everything. So when your desires are not on point with your will, and you don't get the result that you want, you learn more. Now, the fool thinks that means I did the ritual wrong. The fool thinks I used the wrong color candle, that's why it didn't work. Obviously, no, it's because your intentions, when I say intentions, your desires were not aligned with your divine will. When that happens, you could, I make the joke, you can piss counterclockwise in a toilet and say the sky's gonna fall tomorrow, and it will. It has nothing to do with what you do in the toilet, but is what I'm saying is, like, it's more like prediction than it is causation. And so that's why you do need to do both, because if you don't, you're ignoring the integrative process. You're literally just, I'm God, prove it. I can't, you know. So that's a problem. So I'm going to turn this over to you guys after that, so you guys can respond to all that. But I'm not going to talk about successes. My whole thing, everything you witness is part of that, and the failures too. So that's all on my sleeve. So I'll let you guys discern that for yourselves. But what do you guys think? So either one of you guys go first.
Well, I mean, I that's the approach that I take, and that is one of the things that I talk about, that I decided that I should talk about more on my channel, because I found myself just showing, you know, this is the spell you do for this, or this is the candle magic you do for this. But then I realized, you know, I was getting questions, and I realized that I need to show them or talk about what happens, what you need to do to really make this work, you know, and that's the other part of it. I mean, you don't have to do like the whole get into ceremonial magic, but just know that the magic truly comes from within, and you have to apply the work for it to actually work.
You have to participate. I like that. I'm not trying to correct, but I like the word, instead of work, because that implies cause and effect, you have to participate totally with the operation. That means pour everything into it. The only reason I correct is because when people get the idea of work, that means that they think that this is a vending machine that gives results if I do this. But if you understand it not as a vending machine that you work for, yes, there's labors involved, obviously, but it should be relinquishing and flowing and participating in it. It gets very new agey sounding, I admit.
Yeah.
But that is kind of the point. And I'll tell you, when I do a ritual, there's no work involved. I'm literally just vibing the whole time and just in a trance. And then after, maybe that's the work we're talking about, is you got to do something that facilitates the possibility of that manifesting. Even if it's something you can't control, you still got to do something, right? So go on. I don't mean to interrupt too much.
Well, no, when I say, like, do the work, I also mean, because we talk so much about, you know, this, it's all about your intention. but you don't know where your true intention is. You don't know what it really is because you haven't done the work of all that is in your unconscious self.
True. Okay,
so
that's a good way to use it. Yeah, I agree. Yep, good word then. Yep.
Yeah. So if you don't, I talk about this all the time. Like if you want to do some money magic, and you do the practical things that's needed. Your unconscious self is telling you you don't deserve that, or it's
the shadow,
all these things going on. So if you don't do the work that is necessary to address that, your intent will send out the wrong message in your working.
I like to say it blocks you, right? It like almost all the things that prohibit manifestation are attachments, and attachments have many sources, and they're usually a form of shadow. So when you're doing the work and you're revealing those shadows and you're working to integrate them, being mindful of them and so on, your blockages get removed. And when that happens, there's an outpouring of manifestation. Now, it may not always be what you think you want. So when you do a money ritual and you say, I need rent money, okay? Well, let's walk that back. You don't really want the money. You just want freedom from the problem of having the rent issue. Now, liberation from that problem may even include being kicked out of your house. It may not be what you think it's supposed to be. And this is where I say it's about not getting rid of egoistic desire, but seeing through it. So your whole mortal existence is like a dream, and like any dream, it's symbolic of reality. It isn't reality itself. So when you have a desire for something, you say, I want money, that money is a symbol for something, and that is what the will is actually working to accomplish. So analyze what you want and try. The language fails, but I like to say walk back from that desire. Try to go internal, try to go more inward from that desire and find out, simplify it like you're simplifying a fraction. Is it money or is it freedom from the problem? And then the reason you do that is manyfold. One of them, you're less attached to the money itself. You're more focused on the actual thing. The other thing is when the miracle occurs, and it always does, you'll recognize it instead of denying it. The miracle may be you lost your house. It may be that you lose your girlfriend. That may be the miracle, but because you're stuck here in this egoistic state of attachment, you suffer it and go, I didn't get what I wanted. For all you know, falling out of an airplane and getting splattered on the ground is exactly what you were supposed to do. I say that laughingly, but it could be. So, I mean, it sounds a little bit like I'm saying anything that you do in magic always works. And it's kind of, in a way, that's true. You don't even have to do the rituals. People have lived for billions of whatever, we've lived for a long time, and not everybody does magic, and yet we still have fulfilling lives. How is that? Well, obviously it's not that. Magic is an art. And what is art? Art is a way of communicating or revealing things. When you listen to a song, it's not that it makes you sad, it reveals the sadness that's already within you and it brings it out. It's like salt in meat. It doesn't make the meat taste better. It brings the taste of the meat out. So it's a similar concept. Magic is like that. Magic doesn't cause, it reveals, it manifests. But I'm talking over you too much. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm riffing really, but yeah.
No, it's all good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty much all I had to say. But I kind of, when I first came into this, I kind of worked backwards. So I'm coming full circle with that whole idea of, because when I first started, before I knew any of this, I felt like I can make something happen with just thinking about it. I felt like if I spoke it, it would come into existence.
Absolutely. That's a very powerful practice. Yeah.
I had like the knowing of this. I was like, this was how I, lived. I was like in foster care homes, and I would be on the street a lot, and I would speak things and knew, for some reason, I just felt like what I wanted, if I spoke it and come from this place of, I know you don't like the word belief, I come from this,
You're allowed to use it. You know what it is? It's like I trigger on it because it's like people get wrapped up in belief and not truth, you know?
Well,
and you're allowed to believe things. You can use
I had
I just mean like
understanding, a knowing that this thing was going to happen.
You had a gnosis. I like the word gnosis because it's a little bit exotic and it makes people
right. Right. So what happened was when I came into like the coven and then coming out of that, I thought I had to do all of take all these steps to make it happen when it already was happening.
It sure does, yeah.
But I just had my perspective on what was happening at the time. I guess, I wasn't really seeing it, or, I didn't have, I don't know. I just came into this and I just started working myself backwards when I already was at the place that I was trying to get to, if that makes sense.
It makes total sense. You know what it is? The analogy used in Eastern philosophy, like Zen, is often like a finger pointing at the moon or clouds covering the sun or the moon or something. And there's a lot of symbolism there. I should probably get into about the sun and the moon in every culture, by the way. The sun being the monad, the moon being the consciousness. But when we begin, it is like a night with a full moon, but the clouds are just almost totally covering the sky. And you get maybe little glimpses of a light back there, but you don't see it. So what do? You sit there and you watch. And you watch that little glowy spot for a while. And you go, I think there's something there. Well, that's the magician card. Bang. And you keep working on this. And you go through the whole thing after a while. And the clouds start to part. You get more glimpses of this glowy thing back there. And then maybe the clouds part for a second. You become a hermit as a result because you're like, shit, I think I've seen something. And you keep going through this. And then eventually, the clouds part enough and stay parted, you can see the moon. And you're still not done because the clouds may still cover the moon from time to time, but eventually you get a clear sky and a clear moon all the time. Now, I'm not there. I'm still at the cloudy sky with intermittent clouds. But that's what you're telling me, is you began with an ignorance, but you knew there was something there. So this is the disillusion of ignorance that you're going through one step at a time on your path towards total transcendence. Now, it may take 30 lifetimes or 3 seconds. Either one is possible. There is no work to be done. It is literally just when it happens, you won't have a choice. You don't have a choice to make it go faster or slower. It is literally your show. If you understand what you are, even just cerebrally, if you go, I'm God, well, wouldn't God want to make this an adventure? Right? Wouldn't God want to make realizing that they're God more than just, I saw it on PBS and it's over now? No, you want to make this a lifetime journey with struggles and problems. And maybe you want to end up totally ignorant, totally wrong for a while, because then it's going to be that much sweeter in the next life or the next incarnation or whatever. So you're going through this journey and there's no wrong place on it. You can't do this wrong. It's not up to you. Now, people like me will spend a lot of time saying that's wrong, this is right, blah, 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 because that's where we're at. We're in the throat chakra. I'm in the throat chakra stage. I'm in the blah, 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 I want to tell you all about it. Right? I haven't quite fully gotten to the point where I'm okay with just being silent about it and just being internal about it. And then eventually the crown and then leaving forever. Okay. Now, maybe you're somewhere else. Maybe you're in a different chakra. Maybe you're even in a higher chakra, but you haven't finished the lower ones yet. That's possible too. But I'm using that as a let's say planets instead. We'll say Saturn up to Jupiter, up to Mars, up to Venus, up to Mercury, up to the moon, and then finally the sun. So whatever planet you're on, whatever chakra you're on, whatever God you're on, you got to round all the bases eventually, And so when you're telling me, like, I didn't know, like intellectually know, but I intuitively had gnosis, that's you going, there's a moon over there. I see it. I know it's there and I know I'm right and I don't care what people say. And you had to get out of that like paradigm of intellectual denial, I guess. And as you keep going, you're going to find that you're going to look back on your practices and you're going to say, to yourself things like, I didn't know how right I was, but holy shit, I was right the whole time. And, and you're going to find things that you learned that you were wrong, but you weren't wrong because they didn't work, or wrong because it was wrong. It wasn't even wrong. It was the friction that allows you to walk. If everything was easy, you'd just be sliding everywhere, right?
Right.
You can't swim by trying to hold the water, and you can't swim by not holding the water. You got to push against something, and these ignorances are what you push against gradually. And eventually your practices become more and more transcendental. You know, like I barely touch a candle anymore. I barely touch the things I used to touch, not because they're bad, but because I'm more interested now. Like I've gone, okay, that's really cool. But I also know now that if I visualize what I want, think my way back to the current moment, and then do something that resonates with that, it opens a gateway for consciousness to go to that reality. And there's a high probability I'll experience it eventually. So I don't have to do a jar spell, but I still can. And in some ways doing prepared magic is better because there's a stronger vibe with it, right? We feel more magical when we do it. So there's more to it. But I've done successful magic, not joking, just thought, I want this to happen or whatever. I visualize it. And then I look in my environment and go, you know, when I walk back in time, I noticed that it looked different. Like maybe this cup was turned this way. So I turn the cup the way it was in my vision, and that's all I do. And then next thing I know, it manifests. Is that a spell? Well, what's the difference between that and putting someone in a jar and then they fall down a flight of stairs? What's the difference? Right. It's just the correspondence is different. And so anyway.
Well, you know, I had people that I mentor spiritually tell me a situation, and then maybe a few days or a week or two, or whatever the time is, they'll say, well, what did you do? You know, so I'm like, yeah, I put some work in, but to be honest, it was just a thought spell, if you will. I'm calling it a thought spell because I just, you know, it was just a thought process. I was like, this is going to happen. This is what it is. And I focused on it. And, you know, I'm getting back to my old ways.
You know what I pointed out to somebody when they were all getting stressed out about the nitty gritty of their rituals? I said, you know, as a way of teaching them, I said, do you think the ritual is what causes it? You're like, well, yeah, obviously. I'm like, okay, let's pretend that there is a cause and effect relationship. Let's just pretend. Don't listen to what I'm saying about there's no cause and effect, that's just a perception. It's a valid perception in the material world. There's no question. You can't play billiards without a concept of cause and effect. So don't get me wrong. But in the spiritual sense, there is no cause and effect. But let's pretend that you're right and the ritual caused something. What caused the ritual? Walk it back a little bit more. Where did the magic really start? Did it start with you lighting the candle, or did it start before? Well, I guess it started with my planning for the ritual. Okay, so you think that's where so what caused that? And I walked them back till eventually I got to that point where it's like, shit, I don't know what did cause it. Well, exactly. It wasn't the ritual. The thing that caused the manifestation had nothing to do with your ritual. The ritual is a result of the same thing that the result is a result of. In other words, you had the will, and then you had the plan and the action and the blah, 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 and then the result. So walk it back to the will, and the will is before the thought, the will is before the desire, the will is before all of it. And when you get in touch with that essence, that's how thought spells work, because you don't have to do the ritual.
Right.
All you have to do is get out of your own way, and it will happen.
There you go. And look, that's right there. Is that you just answered what, like I said, my problem was I need to get out of my own way.
So do I. You're not alone. Why do you think? I mean, I went through 3 years of it again recently. It drove me crazy, and I feel it's coming back. I've been having constant synchronicity between the Egypt stuff, the Atlantis stuff, meeting you guys, Iron Garden. It's just like all these little pieces are just right again. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm back on track because the synchronicity's out of fucking control again. Patchwork says, got to be careful, brother. They might try to cancel you. I guess that was in relation to my Nazi comments. And DK Blackschlager says, you guys said exactly word for word what I wanted. Oh, thank you, DK.
Beautiful.
DK's a good guy.
What Did you have what deities you were going to work with in the Egyptian pantheon?
No, well, yes and no. I already work on occasion with Vinay, who I have, and Marbas, who I have syncretized to a degree to Mahis and Sekhmet or Bastet. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
So I work with them already, especially Vinay. I love the warrior archetype a little. I'm kind of, my North Node is Libra, so I'm sort of leaving my Aries beginning behind if we're doing tropical. So I'm sort of heading into less, warrior mentality. But there's always, I haven't decided yet. I may not work with any of the deities. I may just respect them. I tend to be not fair weather, that's the wrong, flighty, maybe. I tend to not, I don't like worship, reverence, honor, cool. Worship to me means submission and bowing and scraping and all that. I want to revere them and I want to honor them totally, but I don't want to get into a worshipful mentality. So I tend to keep deity work. It's a favorite of mine, especially ritual work with deities is one of my favorite ways to do it. More so than like jar spells and candle spells and all that stuff. Or even if I do those things, I like to invoke or evoke or in some way connect with an archetypal deity to I don't want to say take the reins or, but sort of involve them. There's really none that stand out at this moment, but I would say the entire, the entire corpus of those beliefs is of interest to me lately in particular. It's not just because I started playing Assassin's Creed Origin because of this, not the other way around. Just for people who know, I've been playing it a lot lately. It's been like my way of connecting to that and then being inspired to research it. One of the things that trips me up is I believe, I don't have proof, so it's a belief. I believe that the major pyramids are much older than Egypt. So when they have like the old kingdom pyramid, like the pyramids that were like the first ones that they say, I think that those were the Egyptians copying those pyramids that were already there. And that's why they're all fucked up. So like when you see the pyramids, they're like step pyramids and half pyramids. I think that they don't predate the ones in Giza. I think the ones in Giza predate them.
Okay.
And because there is some differences and they're not insubstantial. And what I think it is, like when you look at the pyramids of Giza, when you look at the internal structure, that doesn't look like a burial tomb to me at all whatsoever. It looks like something completely else, not that. Okay. Why would you have a fucking thing like this with no indication of stairs ever being there, nothing, and that leads to something where there was never anybody put? You tell me they just rotted and somebody took them away? I don't think so. Even if it's thousands, there'd be some evidence, there'd be something, not just a thing you had to build stairs into to get up there. That's where they put the pharaoh, and we don't have his sarcophagus, and we have this little box that doesn't really seem to, but you can kind of lay in it, but it's not. Fuck off. And then you have like the hieroglyphs. To me, they seem like they were put on there after, not when I say after, I don't mean like I mean like thousands of years after. There's virtually no records about the parts that we should know about if they built them. So what are we missing? I think that we've got it inverted. I think the pyramids were there from Atlantean times, whatever that was, or Lemurian times, whatever you want to think came first. Going back that far, that's what I think, right? That's my hypothesis.
Okay.
And that the ones that we think are the older pyramids are actually the newer ones that were copies made by those people who said, those are cool, let's make those. And, because let's put it like this, okay? One of the arguments for pyramids is that pyramids last so long because of their shape in the desert, right? When things encounter them, the pyramid shape lasts longer than any other shape in that scenario, including when you have a giant worldwide flood or regional flood like they think happened in Africa at that time. So you have these structures that withstood the test of time, and you've got these survivors almost like in Fallout, where it's like, after society, so they see these things, they don't know what they are, they've lost their memory, basically they have amnesia of their history, and so they see these things and they want to emulate what they see. and they say these things last forever. Let's put bodies in there. So maybe they did put the pharaohs in the pyramids of Giza, but they didn't build them for that. They used them for that, and then they built their own versions of them in the Valley of the Kings. So that's what I think. I'm sure an Egyptologist would eat my breakfast for saying that, but I'm still going to say it. So fuck them. That's what I think. And that shit to me, like, to bring back my old Lovecraft and Necronomicon phase, there's like this voice in the darkness of the wind that just is whispering, you're on the right track. It may not be this, but question what they're saying. You're probably, it feels right. Like you're saying, Jabbar, with you get these things. Go ahead.
I keep hearing, the reason why I asked is because I keep hearing Memphis. I don't know if Memphis was a deity or a place, but I keep hearing
to my
that.
knowledge, it was both. It was definitely a place, but I'm pretty sure it was both.
Mm.
Well, look up Memphis. You'll see Memphis was the capital of Egypt or whatever. And it was very near Giza. Giza wasn't where they all lived. Giza was the west coast of the Nile, and that's where the dead went and all that stuff. And you had Memphis, which was, I forget my geography, but if I'm thinking right, I'm going to do it like, so you guys can see it from your, so I'm not going to do it from my frame. So you have Giza here, and the Nile going like whatever. Actually, it's going this way. It runs south to north. And then I think Memphis was on both sides. I don't remember. I have to look. If you Google it, you'll see Memphis is an ancient city, like Alexandria. Yes, Memphis was one of the capitals. Thank you, Ninurta. He knows a lot of shit too. Memphis was one of the capitals. So thank you, Ninurta. And
Ninurta.
Yeah, he's cool guy. He's got some gangland connections going back to the old days. Like he's a cool guy.
Well, I don't know if that's something for you to like research, but it keeps repeating. I keep hearing the word Memphis, so I don't know if that's
sure. That's an important thing. Well, it's been hitting me a lot, obviously, because I've been looking at this stuff. But absolutely, and we also have to remember that the Egyptian culture is not one thing, and it's not one race, and it's not any of the stupid shit that we tend to ascribe to it. Yeah, it was as diverse as fuck. People from all kinds of, and Caucasians, Nubians, Semites, all kinds of people were there. Pharaohs weren't just one or the other. They were all these people. And their history goes back further than any living history that we have.
Right,
so
exactly.
You can say Samaria is older, and that's true, but Samaria died. Egypt lived in some form all the way up until today, in some form.
Right.
All because of those fucking pyramids, I got to tell you, because the spirits of those pyramids said, don't forget us. And that is probably why. Now, I'm sure a lot was lost. In fact, I know a lot was lost. But that's why I think Golden Dawn, that's why I think, Masons, everybody, well, Masons are more about Solomon on the surface, but I think that really goes back to Egypt, if you ask me. I don't know for sure, because I'm not into all the rituals and stuff in there, but I'm familiar a little bit.
Definitely say that. Definitely.
Okay. Don't say anything. Just, invite
me
to something.
I'm not giving away any secrets.
Don't get yourself in trouble. But, so the master mason knows how they carve the tombs, I guess, would be
exactly right.
And it probably wasn't fucking brass tools, okay, or bronze tools. It was probably something we're not allowed to know about. But anyway, going back to that, that's why I think as the Great Awakening happens, we're going to see the scales pulled off the eyes of the world, because the academics are not going to be able to answer these questions much longer. There's too many questions and too many. That's not to say they got it all wrong. It just means that they are doing it in the way that they do things, which is either really conservative and safe, or but the problem I have is not that they're conservative safe. That's fine. The problem is that they want to exclude all the other people from this process completely. Right. It's like saying, like, okay, so to sort of use a little bit of Terence McKenna for a minute. Terence McKenna makes the point, not everybody should be a psychonaut, but this stuff should be part of our society, even if it's only 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100,000. And we ignore these people at our peril. And for the same reason, if we ignore the kooks that are saying it's ancient aliens, as much as I don't think it was like UFOs moving shit around, all this kind of weird, like, you know, dude with the big hair saying or whatever. I'm not saying it wasn't that. I have my reservations with this. Okay. Maybe like you go to like the Saurian hypothesis, maybe, I don't know, but the Silurian hypothesis, excuse me. But I will say, if we ignore those ideas and just shove them beyond the pale and say, let's not even entertain them, you are short-circuiting what is a sacred process.
Right. Exactly. Right.
And if you're not agnostic, always, look, I speak like I know a lot of shit. I still consider myself an agnostic. Even though I'm a Gnostic, I consider myself an agnostic from an intellectual perspective. I don't know a lot of shit. So I think that that's the problem with modern science. It's why I have a problem with like Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he wants to tell you what not to think. Right. More than he wants to tell you how to think. And Sagan, I prefer as an example between the two, because they were like connected. I don't know if you know. Sagan is like, okay, we can evolve away from the bearded man in the sky, but let's not throw the whole thing out. He spoke so spiritually, he obviously didn't throw it all out. But ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it's just bumping particles. It's just matter. That's all it is. There's no God, there's no spirit, there's no spooky woo. It is just determinism all the way down. And how'd you figure that out? Was that determinism that figured that out? Did determinism figure that out?
Right. Yeah, like it's the earth. And what's holding up the earth? It's turtle all the way down.
Was that Are You Afraid of the Dark? No, but they did do that. They had Mandor say, it's not gonna be a turtle. But that's also what I meant before when I said, like, okay, this is not just prehistoric science, because yeah, maybe some people thought it was literally a turtle, but there was somebody high as all hell or wise as all hell who knew the turtle was a symbol. It wasn't meant to be literal.
Right.
Just like the book of Genesis isn't literal. It's the same. Exactly. It's the same thing. Like, you know, we're judging belief systems based on the peasants who followed them superstitiously. We're not actually listening to what the sages, mystics, and priests of that system actually said.
Right. Yeah. Your gurus that you were talking about. So
all right.
what?
Go ahead. I was going to say, let's because we're going late already. I didn't realize what time it was. So let's I can go till like the cows come home. I don't care.
No, we're good. I'm
a vampire. I'm enjoying this. To me, it's just if you start feeling tired, I'm sorry. No, let's see. I had another. I don't see any more questions from the people here. The people have not spoken. So I'm going to invite you guys. I'm going to look for one of my questions, see if there's anything. I have like a couple personally questions for you, but yeah, I would invite the audience, whoever's left, if you have a question for any of us, but specifically my guests tonight, please ask them in the comments. And I'm going to tell you right now, unless they object, I'm having them back on again soon. Like, you can come on every week for all I care. You guys are cool. So let's see. I had one here. Where'd it go? I had one sort of. Well, this one's just a funny question. I love your website. Who made it? Because I need a better website. I need to either, if you made it, like, what did you use? Because I need to do all that. But I deleted mine. What's that?
Yeah, I made my website.
So you might. I used to do HTML like back. So full disclosure, back in 2000, I was a web designer, and I did it the hard way with Notepad before they had all these.
Oh, wow.
Ways. I don't remember how to do it, but that's how I used to do it. And I used to work with Flash and all that shit. I was actually decent with it. But now it don't make sense to me anymore. It makes no sense to me anymore at all, because I tried to use, what was it? You get through Adobe, whatever that one is, the web design thing that they have through that. And I tried to use that, and I made a website, and it had problems. Like, it didn't work on cell phones. It didn't. And I was like, why am I paying for this damn thing if when I produce a page, it doesn't work? You know, I'm sure I'm doing something wrong, but I went all over my Google foo, and I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. So I'm like, well, this is, I don't know. So I started just using like WordPress or whatever as my, not WordPress, Blogger. And I tried to, so I still have it there, but I kind of deleted it. I have my own stuff, but
I used WordPress, and then I started, which I veered off from there, but I used Elementor Pro.
Okay.
And
Is that that's a program that makes websites, I guess? Elementor Pro? I'll look it up.
well, it's not it's just a program within WordPress.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so what happens is it's just all like a block system. So
I like that. So it's like you just
yeah,
move blocks of stuff. Oh, I like that.
yep,
That's what I'm looking for.
yep. They have pre-existing blocks, and they have it where you can create the blocks.
Okay.
So
all right, I'll look into
that
it again
made it
because that
easy.
that sounds what I want. I appreciate that so much. You have no idea. Because I've been like, I could just do the way I've been doing it, which was I made a blog where the splash page is like a shitty table of contents that doesn't work right. And I had a website going, but then I was like, it didn't work on half the people's phones. And then there's all the security certificate issues that I don't know, like I paid for it, but it didn't work. And I don't know. So once I'm ready, because the thing is, once I start doing this society order thing that I'm planning to do, I need to have more than just my YouTube, Facebook, and stuff like I currently have. I need something. And I've lost business over the last couple of years because I don't have a website going. And I have been refraining from doing ritual work lately anyway, because my energy hasn't been in the right place to do it. But so thank you. That helps me a lot. And in the meantime, we got questions.
If you need any help, let me know. I'll help you.
Okay. I don't want to burden you with it. I just wanted you. I'm the type who says, point me and I'll figure it out. So you gave me a good start, and I'll look. If I can't figure it out, I'll bother you, but I don't want to bother you unless it's for a good reason. All right. Alpha Draconian, she came to Iron Garden the first time I came. I don't know if you guys were there the first time I came there, but she was there with us. Alpha's a cool chick. She came and she has a question. She says, what do you think when you have the ability just to project your thoughts on other people, what you want, and then they get the same idea in their minds, etc.? Okay, I mean, we can get to the nitty gritty of that, but that is something that people experience from time to time for sure. What do you guys think about that?
I can say I've actually experienced that. But I do it on purpose.
You know what I'm going to say? Because she's been to Iron Garden and she knows that a little bit probably about the vampire community. That is definitely right there. You're getting into the essence of you're talking about the energy work of psychic vampirism.
I wrote a book on it.
Yeah, he knows all about it.
Nope, that's not it. I don't know where it went. You were there when I was signing them. You guys didn't pick one up.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, you talking about psychic.
There's a lot of ways to do it. One of the ways I like to try, and I say try because it's not guaranteed. You're dealing with the situation where, from our perspective, it looks like cause and effect. From the higher level, it is more predictive. Okay, but from our level, when I'm looking at the person, I visualize that I'm floating up to them, whatever cool vampire thing I can imagine, and I'm whispering in their ear. And in order for this to work, it can't just be me trying to do what I want. It's got to be more like, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? I have to put out my psychic fangs. I have to probe them and go,
right.
I have to, it's a symbiotic thing. It can't just be, I'm not just telling you what to do. So you've got to feel like it's your idea. Now I maybe because of just how I am, I've always been like that. I mean, I don't do it like maliciously, but I do know that I influence people very strongly. I make them think what they want to think is what they think. And it's more of a cooperative effort, because I never go to somebody and say, you're going to do what I fucking want or else. And when I have and had success, it bit me in the ass so hard, it broke me. So instead, what I've learned to do is it's sympathetic. There's a sympathetic energy to it.
Right.
And so it's not a commandment. It's not even a request. It's a, come on, you want to talk to me, and it's also followed with, because I want to talk to you. Don't you want to talk to me? And that energy is whispered in their ear. And then I'll get a look, I'll get a glance. If it's that, for example. Now it's really hard when someone's distracted in some ways, but sometimes it's easier. Like if there's a bartender, I'll just be patient. I won't act like I want their attention. And I'll see that they're busy, and I'll know that they're so busy they'll miss the more obvious hints. So I'll just be patient and I'll just sort of whisper to them, there's a guy at the end of the bar. Don't forget, he's going to tip you good. And when they do pay attention to me and they finally come over, I make sure I tip them good. Now, it doesn't have to work, but I'm setting up the energy of it working. It's sort of like a practice I have for future prediction where I'll ask a question about the future and whatever comes to me, I'll remember it and I'll go, okay, maybe that's what's going to happen. And if it does turn out to be true or it doesn't, when I get to that part in reality, I mentally turn my attention back to me asking the question and I'll tell that person what happened. So here I am going, who's going to win the election? Okay, I'll get an answer. Half the time it's wrong, whatever. I'll get to that point where I see the result and I'll whisper back to myself, this is what happened. This way I'm setting up a chain where I'm reinforcing something. And it does seem to pay good dividends. I haven't been doing it long enough to know. It's only been something I've been doing about a year and only when I remember to do it, because it's not, most of my work is intuitive in nature. It's not prescriptive. It's more like what feels right now. And so if I don't feel it, I don't do it. And that's a negative when it has to become a practice like that. Like that's got to become a religious practice for, I think, it to pay the biggest, and I'm not doing it yet. But if you guys want to be my guinea pigs, try it and see if it works, because if it helps you, yeah. So, okay, back to Alpha's question. So what are you guys' thoughts on that? Like beyond what I said, I'm sure there's a lot more to add than what I just said. What else do you want to add to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, like to just piggyback off of what you were saying, that's definitely, if she wants to know whether it's true or it can happen, yes.
It'll sure feel like it, whether it's cause and effect or not. It'll sure feel like it.
It definitely does happen. And again, like it's just a reality thing. It's just a thing that will be done, and sometimes it will be done without your consent. Sometimes with your consent. It all depends on, like, again, like you said, it goes back and forth. You know, it depends on the situation. But yeah, that's everything. That's shit. That's marketing. That's
it absolutely is, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, it's marketing. It's fucking marketing. It's like, come by my burger. You want to get a Wendy's burger? You want a burger from Wendy's?
Right, exactly. You gotta make them think it's their idea, but you can do that not just with NLP. You can do it with just psychic intent too. Body language is a language people understand. So for example, going back to my not so good guy days when I used to do things that would have got me arrested and I never got caught for. You know, there's that whole 5-0, don't look. Because when you look, they suspect you're up to something. And it's not just that. That applies to anything. Right. There's a reason why when you live in a bad neighborhood, you try not to look at people unless you know them, because you don't want them to look at you. Right. So, because I grew up in one of those neighborhoods, I was big enough I could get away with it, but I was also the white guy, and I was kind of like, I had to be friends with people. I'm just going to say. And I was, so I didn't have to worry much, but there was an understanding that you don't just sit there going,
right,
somebody.
Right.
And, so part of respecting someone is, it's not just respecting their space as a body, but their space as a presence. Like, if you're not invited to look, don't look that much. So that's a layer, because this is a well-documented fact. This isn't just pseudoscience. This is a well-documented fact that animals and people can somehow sense when they're being looked at, even when there's no reason for them to know. Science doesn't like to admit this one. It's pushed towards the pseudoscience category, but they know that this is a fact because they got to deal with it when they go, we don't know how this happens, but we don't think it's magic. We just think that it's, there's a reason for it. And it's probably, the moon reflecting off of swamp gas or something. It's not. So they don't like what they can, but so it's true. Now, if that's true, how can you use that to your advantage?
Right.
If it's true that people can sense when you're looking at them, how do you turn that into a technique to get what you want out of them?
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect
Is
analogy.
it really hard, or is it's actually easy to do?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
If you're a little bit sensitive, now I like to draw a distinction between empathy and sensitivity, because a lot of people confuse the two. Empathy is when you internalize other people's feelings so that they're your own. I am not an empath. I don't take your feelings and feel them, but I know exactly, better than you do half the time, what you're feeling and think, because I'm a psi vamp. So to me, your energy is my bread and butter. Now I'm an evolved, as we might say, a cured one, because I don't have this need to do bullshit like cause drama to get my energy fix. Instead, I'm a symbiote now. I look at you and I go, how can I help you? Or just have fun with you even. Like I vibe off of that. If you watch me at the club, I don't dance, and there's a reason I don't dance. I suck at it, but I also don't dance because I'm too busy floating around while you're dancing, feeding off of all of that. Look how happy that person is. Oh, they must be. And
that's what I do while I'm dancing.
Look, you gotta get yourself in trouble.
Well, then we're both gonna get, because my wife was doing it last time. She finally tried.
I'm gonna stop because I don't want to give away my secrets.
So read, like, especially if you read, it's funny, I don't have it with me, I keep reaching like it's there. If you read the Infernal Vampire Handbook, it's big on Lilith and all that, but honestly, the first chapter is probably the most powerful, because it sounds like I'm telling you a role play story, but everything in that first introduction story is more real than all the other stuff that I talked about, because it's more true to the essence of it. All the other stuff is the intellectualization of what was an intuitive thing I would do, and then I figured out why. But if you read that and you do the things that I described, just imagine, visualize, imagine yourself just incorporeal, floating around and just inhaling people. Inhale your target. Don't inhale. Okay. Form a psychic mouth on your body and inhale through that as you're encounter. It works like a charm. And so that in a way is the whole book that I wrote was really just to support that first introductory story, if you will. Now, is it the best book I've ever written? No. In some ways I look at it and go, there's a lot I would change because I've learned new things since that one. But I say that about all my books, to be honest. I feel like I wish I could take all my books and just start over, but then I don't. So let's not talk about it. But yeah, check it out if you haven't. Especially if you like Lilith as an entity, and you could substitute Asmodee if you prefer a male force behind it. You know, I prefer Lilith only because at some point it has to be more of a receptive system, not an aggressive one. You know, Asmodee is more the taking side of vampirism, whereas Lilith is more the receiving side, the inviting side. You know, Lilith doesn't rape you. She says, you know, she says, fuck me. And so using the sexual story of it, because that's usually how it's impressed upon people. Whereas Asmodee is, I'm a jealous taker. I'm gonna seduce you in a masculine energy, and that works. But I got news for you. In my experience, it may or may not be true, but each one of us resonates better with one or the other version.
Right.
And so you can replace it, but the book is written more of a Lilith angle, mainly because I think it's a richer background to draw from, and it really tunes into the feminine side of vampirism, which I think is very often, for whatever reason, I feel like it's ignored. And I'm not a feminist. I'm more egalitarian. I'm more like, I don't give a shit, you know? So it's not about that, but it does feel to me, and I do perceive that vampirism is Louis and Lestat. It's not a lot of, you know, I can't think of her name, but the daughter of Dracula, you know, it's more masculine vampires than it is feminine energy. And it is a feminine practice by nature. Yes, there is masculine parts of it. You have to assert, you have to dominate, but it's still technically a feminine thing. You're inviting, you're drawing into yourself. So it's a feminine practice. So that's why I like Lilith, just for that. All right. Patchwork said he bought a copy. Thank you, Patch. Alpha says, thanks, DH and Kindred family. Thank you, Alpha. DK says a signed copy will give me will give me Wave's hand. You should have come to the thing, DK. If you, man, you know, I'm gonna put them on Etsy again soon. I'll probably make it the book price plus 20 like I always do for a dedicated copy, but they'll go on Etsy at some point. So I have them in my box. I forgot to put that up. Someone asked a question. Do you guys feel like answering one more question, or are you guys tapping out?
Yeah, wow, man, we're getting a little tired now. What's the question? Let's see.
It is how do you block ill intent? This is from the Beyond name. I'm not sure. They seem new to the channel, so thank you if you're a subscriber, because in order to chat, you got to be a subscriber. So thank you if I forgot you. How do you block ill intent? Now I'm going to assume they mean from outside, because most people don't mean, when they ask that question, they don't mean how do I stop my own ill intentions. So I guess it's a protection. I guess it's
last question. We'll start tapping out after that. I'm getting tired. Go ahead,
it's up to you guys. I don't want to push because I gotta do something anyway. I don't know what, but and I also want to have a few minutes after the stream to say goodnight and talk to you guys, just, you know, people to people, just before you guys go. So it won't be long, just a few minutes. But what do you guys want to do? You want to answer this one? Sounds like you're ready. So go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Only because that's very important. That's the first thing that I, would tell someone, is to learn how to, safeguard themselves. I know initially for me, and I know this is going to sound like I sound like I'm really coming from a place of ego. Like I
That's
knew
okay. You're allowed. Just remember, just so long as you admit it, then it's okay.
Yeah.
That's the humility. It's okay to be egoistic. It's to not hate the ego or to exalt it. That's what's the point. So go ahead.
So because I have a natural ability to, and I guess it's because I was told I was meant to go into certain places, meaning spiritual places. That this is why I'm naturally, I have this thing that this wall that I know how to protect myself naturally. But when I was aware of this is something that you should do, if you can visualize, if you can't find a picture, but a being, what I used to do is picture this being that was always right behind me. So I don't know if it's like a thought form but this being with everywhere I went, and I was aware of it coming with me if it was a place that I was going to be, if I felt like I was going to be nervous at or needed protection. Every time I did this, it grew stronger because, again, it's the thought process. You're building, you're building this thought form. And for me, that made me, in turn, it was coming from within, because I felt like I was protected. So naturally, I manifested this shield. So if you could start out by visualizing, or if you have to look up in a comic book somewhere, find this being that.
Lest we forget, comic book characters are all based on the same archetypes that the gods and demigods and minor deities are based on. Let's not forget this. Yep. So you're okay if you want to use Batman as your spiritual guide and guardian.
Exactly.
You're actually dealing with I'm going to say close to Thoth, like Thoth. You're kind of dealing with almost Thoth at that point, or Hermes. You're dealing with a very Mercurian entity. So go ahead.
Well, that's what I would say to start out doing, not put on the crystal like tourmaline and all of that. I would start out by trying to visualize creating yourself this being that is your protector.
I think that's important because it's more easy to relate to that, especially as a beginner, because a beginner's like, what the hell does black tourmaline have to do with anything? Like, forget about like all the, you can look up its shields from EM and all that, or Shungite or all that stuff. All these different, like screw that. I know that Superman protects the innocent. So I'm going to visualize Superman. I
Right.
know that Hercules is this. I know that this deity does this. Go with what you know and relate. Yes, I agree with that. That's a very strong point. Yep.
And it becomes a real thing. This is the way you create your, this thought form. It becomes, because this the same way that we create this fear, this being out of our fear, that becomes this thing that we see in the closet. We can create the thing that protects us.
It's true. Yeah, there's a lot of truth to it, because there is let's say again, we're coming at this, the way you're describing this is more of a bottom up look. From the top down look, it's correspondent. Again, it's not that you're causing it, you're connecting to it. You're looking in that direction. But I'm not saying that to correct. It's more of a, if you're in this down up perspective, use that as much as you can. Just in the back of your head, know what I'm saying may be true. If you don't see it yet, that's okay. Just keep in the back of your head and say, am I causing this? Am I predicting it? Am I resonating with it? Am I vibing with it? Try to think about those words. Get out of the materialistic vending machine mentality, even if it's just something that you do passively in the background, because it enervates everything so much more. It really does. Okay. So keep going. Do you have any more to say on it?
That was it.
Okay. I like riffing off of smart people like you guys. It's so much more fun than me trying to explain things without something to riff off of. Because otherwise it's just like, I don't know. I just sound like I still sound like a ranting asshole, but I sound like at least a ranting asshole with an inspiration. Okay. Okay, Jabbar. So what do you want to add to that, if anything?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I would say it's something about the power of non-belief and doubt. Stronger than
well, belief can be a non-belief. Yeah, it's like yeah, very yep, exactly. Keep going.
So I'm going there. You know where I'm going with it. Like you can use that as like a almost like a force field, like a
100%.
You can turn it fucking off, like really, like and like you can, your will is so strong, and it's a way to strengthen your will, your true will. You can walk into a room or a situation or whatever, and you can just turn it off. I don't believe any of it.
Yep.
And nothing was, and it's because it's just like you gotta, like, because you're riding a motorcycle or something. You can't think about what you're doing, but you could be so fucking powerful in your will and non-belief that you could just protect yourself. Because you could just literally use the power of doubt. And I'm gonna just drop it right there.
So full disclosure, several times in my life, not only did I resort to that, but I resorted to it so hard that I became a skeptic for a while.
Right. Dangerous. Yeah.
So like the most recent time was after all the wonderful events of 2020, which began, I was fine, but by the end of it, I was like doing magic to try to destroy people and shit. And me and a friend that were doing that got huge blowback from it. And I was rocked, dude. I was completely rocked by everything that was going on. Full disclosure, it fucked me up. And so I started rationalizing everything so much more. And it turned me not skeptical again. Like I didn't turn it all off, but it put me in a very, almost like I was hexed and conjured and restricted. Because it was like, I don't want to open this door because that's what's holding everything out. Like I formed a sanctuary, and you know what? Like a castle, you can't shoot out very well. Like you can only shoot so far. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I kind of closed the door again. It's opening again now, thankfully, but it was very closed for a minute there. And that's happened to me. And that's but let me get a little deeper, because you know me, I don't like to stop at the practical, or I like to tell you how the engine works, not just that if you shift it into neutral, it'll do this. All curses, all negative intention, all of these things manifest because of tension or imbalances in the subject which it is being shoved into or put into or applied to. For example, if you haven't integrated any of your shadows and you are at the mercy of them, you're a huge alcoholic, you're a wife beater, you're whatever the hell else.
Right.
Curses work like I don't know, like flicking a kid off of a fucking down a flight of stairs. It's effortless. You can just look at them and go fuck yourself. And you watch them for a little bit and they'll be in an accident a week later, or their girlfriend will leave them. Something bad will happen that will ruin their life for a while. It's effortless. Now, get yourself someone who is, I don't mean superficially put together, like they got a job, and although that's a little better. Find someone who is well integrated. Their shadows are well integrated. They're not superstitious. They're not fearful. They're just at ease with life. And you're going to have a much harder time. There's not a lot of imbalances to deal with.
That's true. Yeah.
Go find yourself a sage who is really enlightened. You couldn't curse them. And even if you did, it's going to be a hangnail. It's going to be so inconsequential. Even if you killed someone in their family with it, it's not going to have the effect you want. Now,
right.
With all ill-intended evil eye, curses, whatever your word for it is, this is ultimately about you, not about the target.
Right.
When you curse somebody, why is it so important that they suffer? Is it because you really need them to suffer? Or is it because it satisfies something else for you? And what is that? Remember what I said before about walking your intentions back to the source of them, to the real will? So say you got someone at work that's really bothering you. Maybe they're picking on you. Maybe they're whatever. You can't get a promotion because of it, whatever your reason. Right. And they deserve every bit of every curse. So you go and you find the most diabolical, bloodthirsty entity, and you sacrifice them to that entity, and you do your jar spells, and you do all the worst. You know, you go and you get some real grave dirt, not just like off the graveyard. I mean, you go find a real graveyard and you go fucking, foul it up, and you put fucking piss and all that in the jar with fucking nails and everything, and you just go fucking die and toss it in a river. Okay, so you've just done like a nuke, an atom bomb of magic, especially if you're good at it. And you're sitting there waiting at work for something to happen. And you find out that they get a promotion. And they're going to move to Hawaii, and they're going to live on a beach house. And you're like, fuck, my spell didn't work. Wrong. Your spell did work because your higher intention wasn't to hurt them. It was just to get them out of your life. And all of that shit you just poured out was all of your own blockages. So you released all of that, and then you transcended to the realm, the reality where your release happened.
Yeah.
I like that.
I want to end on this one point, because we keep talking about the left-hand path. I want to point people towards looking up the Agori or the Vamchara of India. I want you to understand that left-hand path doesn't mean evil. What it means is you integrate the dark side, and you do this through controlled things. You don't become addicted to sex, but you don't prevent it in your life. You don't make it a taboo. You might even do the dirtiest shit imaginable. Now, I'm not into that, but that's somebody. But you don't become an addict of it. You curse people, but not because you're trying to destroy and harm and maim, but because you're trying to integrate that experience and realize that ultimately the divine is in all things. The wolf that's eating the lamb is no less divine than the lamb that's being eaten. The rapist that's being, I know, sorry if that's triggering to somebody, but the rapist is divine too. I hate to say it like that because that's going to mess people up. You're going to be like, Thorne, how dare you? I was I'm not unsympathetic. I'm simply saying that's why this process is so, this shadow work process, this Agori left-hand process. You don't have to become a rapist, by the way. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you've got to be able to realize that even in the darkest, shittiest thing, that is God too. Why is this important? Because you're not gonna integrate God and realize your divinity if you are still, I don't want to look at that. It's gross. It's death. It's this and that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So you had better. That's why I tell people left-hand path. I hesitate to say I'm left-hand path only because I don't limit myself to anything. but that's also part of the left-hand path's philosophy, is not to be limited. So in that reference, you could say I am fully left-hand path because I reject taboos and limitations of that sort. Not I celebrate taboos, but I don't reject them either. I don't, you know, the worst things you can imagine, I am able to entertain as a thought, but not act on. If you can't entertain them as a thought, how do you know you're going to really stop when the chips are down? That's
right. That's true.
So, guys, I want to thank you so much, because this is exactly what I hoped it would be. I want you both, or a radio or whatever, I want you both to come on again soon. I don't want it to be like oh, maybe. So I really hope you will. And I had a lot of fun, and I don't know if you guys are gonna. Oh, thank you. I don't know if you guys are gonna be there next, you know, at the end of the month, but I will be at Iron Garden. I'm gonna be here for the next two in a row, and then I won't be there in April or May because of work, but June I'll probably be back. So hopefully I see you guys at one of these. I want to hang out with you guys there and just drink and have a good time and do vampire shit and just talk magic, hang out with Satan, hang out with everybody, and just have a good time.
Right. Shout out to Satan.
I like him. He doesn't like technology, so I never know if he's here or not. But he's popped in like on other things. He's tried to say hi. He's a cool guy. And Madam X, I'm trying to get her to do an interview, but she's like, I'm fine with podcasts, but I don't want. I'm like, all right, you don't want to do video for some reason. I got you. Maybe next time I'm at the club, I'll bring a camera and I'll do a quick little shout out with you. But, I'd love to get her on and just pick her brain about the vampire community, because, you know, I didn't even know how. Like, I don't look at people and go, how important are you? That's the last thing I fucking give a shit about. Like, to me, it's like, that doesn't even enter my brain much. But then I'm like, oh, she's like this important in things? She's got to have an opinion on things that I got to have on my show. I got to have her talk about the vampire community for real. Like, not just my view, because she's in charge of part of it. I want her take on this stuff.
Yeah, Madam X is an acolyte. Yeah,
absolutely. Like, no disrespect, but I don't, like I said, I'm not into that. I don't look at that and go, how important are you? Are you worth my time? My only fear is like, am I going to be confronted with a bunch of normies that won't get me? That's my concern. I don't give a shit about like how important you are. So like now that it's like, oh, she's kind of a big deal, isn't she? So now I feel like, oh, I'm sorry. But she doesn't hold that over anybody's head. She's cool as hell. I can't wait. I hope to get her on. I really do. That would be really fucking fun. But yeah, so I'm not gonna make you sign any papers tonight, but I'm gonna say I hope you guys join me soon, and join my other community on Discord and hang out and talk with people. And already, don't be afraid, especially if you come into my community, don't be afraid to advertise yourself and your services and everything. I want to make sure you get as much promotion as you can, and you know, you're doing it your way, and that is a big part of what I look for in a practitioner. You don't, you know. Sure, maybe your philosophy is here, but your intuition is obviously all the way up here. Like, that's not even in a question. So I want to make sure you get promotion, and you get, not that I'm huge, like something like that, but what little fame I have, I hope to impart a piece of that onto your.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so
much.
And
get you noticed, because, you know, I don't do that much, because a lot of times, I got to be honest, as much as there's people who are really smart or this and that, they don't know how to glamour it. They don't know how to present it. They don't know how to speak it, and they don't know how to, they may know how to do it, but they haven't quite mastered. Glamour is a big part of magic. I don't care what anybody says.
Yes.
And if you can't glamour alone, you can't glamour in ritual. Don't tell me you can glamour alone if you can't also show me in person you have a little bit of that. Like, I'm not expecting to be this outgoing fucking this and that, but if you can't present it and do it with charm and confidence and all that, like you're doing, then, you know, I'm not going to promote you as hard, but someone who can do it, I want to promote a little bit and get you noticed. So I hope everybody watches your stuff, because I learn things, because I'm not about all those little practical things as much as you are. So I watch that and I go, oh, that's neat. I didn't think of doing it that way. I'm going to try that sometime when I do it next. So again, and Jabbar, you impressed me with your philosophy and all of that stuff. I could talk to you for hours around a campfire, and just, you know, if you said, Thorne, come hang out at a Mason event, I'd probably be the first time I'd say yes, because usually I'm like, I don't like joining shit. So if there's more like you at this thing, you know, yeah, I might show my nose in the door just to see what's up. But I love it, guys. I love it so much. And I feel, like I said, I feel like we were friends before we met. I don't know if that's how you felt. And it's okay if you didn't.
Yeah,
but that's
no,
how I
definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
All right. So, all right, let's end this here. And thank you guys for all your super chats. I will be splitting the little tiny bit. It's only $50. So it's not a lot after all the taxes, like I told the radio, but I will be splitting with them. So we'll buy each other beers or something at the next thing and we'll hang out. But I'll be splitting with you guys. And I appreciate everybody. If you have any other questions for them, where can they find you besides, I put the link in the chat. Where can they find you? Besides, is there any place they can go just on Facebook or something also, or how can they get in contact with you guys or just you already if Jabbar's not open to that?
Well, you can find me everywhere under the handle at the Witch of Darklight.
Yeah, if you Google it, it all pops up. I did find that. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, good. And you do ritual services, you do readings, you do.
It's funny. I got that question today. Someone emailed me. I'm a big component of a person learning how to do it themselves. So
Me too. See, I know I like you for a reason. We have a very similar. You may not see it, but I see a lot of similarity. But go on.
So I told the person today, I said, listen, I don't do it, but I can guide you and help show you how to help yourself manifest. So I don't do that. But my door is open to anyone that wants to have a consultation on how it is that I feel like you can manifest.
You know how I get around that little boogeyman is I'll do the ritual for them, but I videotape it. And I present it to them as, imagine you're there with me. None of this is going to work unless you participate that way. Otherwise, it's just performance art. Treat it as performance art. And while you're there, you're doing it with me. You are... Project yourself into that situation. Feel that energy going on. And it's out of my hands. I'm doing the ritual. I talk to the spirits. They say yes. I do the thing. It feels right. So the ritual is what the ritual is. I did it wholeheartedly because magic is not external. It's 90% internal. And the external part is just a mirror of the internal. So you got to have the feeling. You got to have the... When you're intoning, it can't just be you sound right. It's not just going, oh, blah, blah. You've got to feel it in your soul that it's doing it right.
Right.
And it's hard to maintain that for more than a couple seconds sometimes, but you got to do it at least a little bit. So it's a holistic performance art. And in order for it to work, you've got to be part of that. You can't just be an observer. You've got to pour yourself into it. So just as a hint for you, if you want to try doing more...
That's a great idea. I didn't think about that, but
and it gives you an excuse to get more camera time and get more experience with screwing around with all that. Not that you need it. You're quite photogenic and all that. You guys are great, so don't worry about it. But I mean, like, just to get the hang of all the technology and all that. Yeah. So try it. I mean, you know, offer it cheaply at first and see how it feels for you. And if it feels right and you're still getting manifestations, it may build your confidence too, because you start to feel like, hey, I can really, you know, like really. And I say aim for a success rate of 80% or better, and then you can qualify as a professional. That's how I like to look at it, you know. And so just don't stop, keep going. And even if I actually prefer what you're saying you do, though, I like the idea of teaching, not doing. You know, teach a man to fish, and you know, that's a great way to do it. So you may know that when I get asked to do a ritual, I'm like, all right, first there's like a $75 or $100 consultation instead. We're going to do that first. That's my, like, are you serious? You really can't do this for yourself?
Right.
Okay. We do a consultation and I'm going to try to teach you. I'm going to analyze you and I'm going to read you. And I'm going to try to fix your problem without magic first. I'm going to do for you, like, ask Satan, ask them what happened during the reading. I don't fuck around. When I read, if I can't get through, I don't do it. And if I get through, I don't fuck around. I leave I tear you apart. So I do that as a consult. And if that doesn't help you, and I still feel like it's my job to do it, then I'll agree to a ritual and I'll usually knock off the 100 for the consult and all that stuff. But I try to make it like that because doing rituals for others is expensive on your soul, especially when you're taking their problems on.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I would rather you do it yourself, and I would love to help with that. But sometimes it's not that easy because the problem is so deep that it's not just the candle's going to do it.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. Woo.
So, but I love your approach, and I can't wait. So please join my Discord. All the links are in everything. Join everything and hang out with us. Don't be a stranger in my community, please. I want to merge the communities a little bit and get more people involved. I want to support Iron Garden and everybody in it, and especially the quality people. So let's make that happen, guys. I guess I'm gonna shut up because I'm getting rambly. Guys, I'm gonna let you guys end us. Tell us what you want to say, as long or short as you want. How do you want to end this?
With the way you end your videos.
Oh yeah. I love you all, and into the shadows.
Oh, that's better than mine, the shadows. What the fuck? Oh man. All right, good night everybody, and into the shadows we go. All right, let's see. Good. All right, that's over. Yeah, we did $50, not bad.